Will please take their seats. Those persons not entitled to the privilege of the floor will please retire to the gallery. The senators and all in attendance will stand and be led in prayer by the Reverend Ray Dawson, Cliffview Church of God, Galax, Virginia. The senators will remain standing and be led in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America by Senate Page Emma Swan Roncaroni.
Thank you to those who gave me the invitation to come this morning into this honored chamber. If I may be indulged for a moment before I offer invocation, I would like to honor the 400th year of a governing body in the New World, begun right here in our beloved Virginia. God has certainly been gracious to us, and so I would like to say, great is thy faithfulness, O God, my Father. There is no shadow of turning in thee. Thou changest not, thou compassions, they fail not. As thou hast been, thou forever wilt be. Great is thy faithfulness. Great is thy faithfulness. Morning by morning, new mercies I see. All I have needed, thy hand hath provided. Great is thy faithfulness, Lord, unto me. Let us pray. Lord Jesus Christ, I approach you today as the divine intercessor for all humanity. I make my appeal to the most compassionate ear that hears the very heart of man. Look upon us here this day and in the days to come. Educate our decisions with unfailing facts. Instruct our ways with wisdom. And inspire our hearts with nobility. Grant unto us a greater unity of purpose, a deeper kindness in dealing with issues and each other, and the ability to decipher the good, the better, and the very best. Heavenly Father, I pray your Son Jesus would be imitated in our legislators in these ways. First, in a generous portion of his willingness to sacrifice. Second, in a measure of his ability to really listen. Third, in a double portion of his amazing humility in serving needy people. And finally, but so importantly, in an ample amount of his confidence in prayer and his consecration to this powerful grace. Empower our chosen leaders to deal with the present from a clear view of the past, that the future might be brighter than both. May every session of this body set the tone for greater sessions to follow. And Master, may each gathering drive these honored members to dig deeper in their love for people, climb higher in their pursuit of righteous solutions, and reach more intently for truth and its balances. May we spring forth from the foundational truth that God is, and from this vantage point, let us seek sound judgment, logical reasonings, and holy actions. Lord, since we none know what tomorrow may bring, help us to be sure in whom we have placed our trust, and be ready to give account of our measures and their motives, knowing that you, O Lord, are the governor of all governments, the leader of all legislators, and the ultimate judge of all disclosures. I now pray your strength and courage undergird this body. I pray your favor rest on the state of Virginia, and I pray your mighty blessings on these United States of America. In Jesus' name, amen.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good job.
Clerk will call the roll. All those present will please record their vote aye. Clerk will close the roll.
You have a quorum, Mr. President. Senate Journal for Friday, February 1st, 2019.
The senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves, moves that the reading of the journal be waived. All in favor of waiving the reading of the journal will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 2.
Ayes 38, noes 2. The reading of the journal is waived. The clerk will report any communication from the House of Delegates. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Good morning, Senator.
I respectfully move we waive the reading of any communications received from the House of Delegates.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the communication from the House of Delegates and its reading be waived? All in favor of waiving the reading will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 3.
Ayes 37, noes 3. The reading of the communication from the House of Delegates is waived. The clerk will report any communication from the governor.
We do not have any, sir.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now comes the time in the morning hour where we have the privilege and honor of welcoming our special guest here in the Senate gallery. I would give my daily reminder that the way this will proceed is that a senator will stand up and recognize an individual or a group. I will then offer the warm welcome of the Senate, and at the very end, we will all clap together. So I'd like to begin by recognizing a senator from Grayson, Senator Carrico.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Morning, Senator.
Rise for an introduction.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, that was my pastor. I just wanted to draw the body's attention to the gallery. Pastor Ray Dawson and his lovely wife Pam Dawson is here today to offer the prayer. Pastor Dawson has been the pastor at Cliffview Church of God for the last 3 years. He is a talented, very talented musician, and more talented in bringing forth the Word of God. And it's been a great honor for me to be a part of Cliffview Church of God and be a part of his family. One of the things that I can tell you about Pastor Dawson is his messages are very humbling and very pointed, but he has taught me something over the last 3 years, that you can be very stern and you can be humorous in the ways and to lighten up life, and that we are created in God's image, and God evidently has a sense of humor, because my pastor's here today to hear us debate the gambling bill. So how ironic. So we know God does have a sense of humor. So I want to make everyone aware, and hope you'll make welcome my pastor, Ray Dawson.
Thank you. Thank the senator from Grayson. Would Reverend Ray Dawson and your wonderful wife, Pam, please rise in the gallery if you are able? Reverend Dawson and Pam, thank you so much for joining us here today. We are deeply honored by your presence. And Reverend, thank you for that really stirring and moving and beautiful prayer. We are grateful to you, particularly this time in the Commonwealth of Virginia. It is very important to have a moral authority and to have people who are praying for everyone in the Commonwealth and looking for truth and justice. And so we are grateful to you. I know everyone felt that, and it stirred our souls. And I know the senator from Grayson, Senator Carrico, is very proud of you. And I think he's going to abstain on the gambling bill, so don't worry, he's not going to vote on it at all today. But we are deeply grateful to you at this 400th year of the existence of the Commonwealth, 400th year since the first enslaved Africans were brought to the Commonwealth of Virginia. We're at an intersection of history, and we need people who show leadership, who believe in the truth. And I read Ephesians 6:11 this morning. We're all putting on the full armor of God to protect against the devil's schemes, and I appreciate you so much for all that you do. God bless you. I would ask everyone to please join me in extending the warmest welcome of the Senate to Reverend Dawson and his wonderful wife, Pam. The senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, I would ask, Mr. President, you welcome a group from Northern Virginia called Moms Demand Action. They are part of the gun sense movement in the state of Virginia. They do a lot of work. They do a lot of community outreach, and I would ask that you extend to them the recognition of the Senate. They're here to see democracy in action.
I thank the senator. Would our leaders from Moms Demand Action please rise in the gallery if you are able? Thank you all so much for being here today. Thank you for your tremendous leadership and advocacy around such an important issue, preventing gun violence, which has become a plague and a scourge in our nation. We know that when moms demand action, action happens, and I am so proud of each one of you for your commitment to this cause and for making sure that we become a better, safer Commonwealth and country for our children and for our grandchildren. So we are grateful to you. God bless every single one of you. And I would ask everyone to please join me in extending the warmest welcome of the Senate to our leaders from Moms Demand Action. The junior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for an introduction.
Senator, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Joining us in the gallery today, we have members of Engine Company Number 9 and Associates Incorporated, which was organized in September of 1992 to preserve, protect, and promote the history of those courageous pioneers who served as Richmond's first 4 African-American police officers hired in the city of Richmond on May 1st, 1946, and 3 years later, the hiring of the first black female in 1947, and the hiring of the first 10 black firefighters in the city of Richmond and in the Commonwealth of Virginia on July 1st, 1950. They continued the legacy of these pioneers by doing outreach into the community and making sure that we understand that these heroes who rushed where angels feared to tread to keep us safe, their legacy goes on today, and I ask you to give them a warm welcome to the Senate.
I thank the senator. Would our friends and leaders from Engine Company Number 9 please rise in the gallery if you are able? Thank you all so much for being here today. We are grateful for your leadership, for your pioneering spirit. I had the honor of being with you recently at a great luncheon, and it was a privilege of my life to be with you, because I would not be standing here as Lieutenant Governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia were it not for incredible leaders like you who have opened up doors for many generations to come. You stood at a time when it was very dark and there were many forces arrayed against you, and yet you kept the faith. You walked strong, and now we are a better Commonwealth and a better country as a result. So we are grateful to you. We love you and your families, and we promise that the best is yet to come. I would ask everyone please to join me in extending the warmest welcome of the Senate to our leaders from Engine Company Number 9. Senator from Petersburg, Senator Dance.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for an introduction.
I thank the senator. You have the floor.
Mr. President, visiting us in the gallery today are a group of Virginia State University students from our Welfare Policy and Services class. They are undergraduate students from the Department of Social Work, and they are taught by the wonderful Dr. Angela Henderson. I am grateful for their commitment to their studies as well as the legislative process, and I know each and every one will make an excellent leader in the future. I had an opportunity to meet with them prior to coming to the Senate today, and they are an awesome group of women that will make a big difference in our communities and abroad. Mr. President, I would ask you please extend to them the warm welcome of the Senate.
Thank the senator. Would our leaders from Virginia State University please rise in the gallery if you are able? Thank you all so much for joining us here today in the Senate and in the Capitol. We are honored by your presence. We are in awe of all that you've done at Virginia State University. Your incredible president, President Abdullah, who is a dear friend and just celebrated his 3-year anniversary as president of that great institution, is to be commended. You are the leaders that we need right now and the leaders that we will need in the future. We are proud of the Trojans and love all that you all stand for, and we wish you nothing but success in your lives, and particularly to the wonderful women from Virginia State. Thank you for stepping up at a moment in time such as this. We are grateful to you. I was raised by a strong woman. I am married to one, and now I'm raising one in my 7-year-old daughter, and she would be proud to stare up at you and to see you as an example. So I would echo the eloquent and generous words of Senator from Petersburg, Senator Dance, and ask everyone to please join me in extending the warmest welcome of the Senate to our leaders from the great Virginia State University.
Mr. President.
Senator from Petersburg, Senator Dance.
Mr. President, I have to stand again and rise because I said women, it's men and women.
We rise together. Senator from Franklin, Senator Stanley.
Morning, Mr. President. I rise for the purposes of an introduction.
Good morning, Senator. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the Senate, and those in the gallery. We have an extra special guest who's sitting with the pastor who gave such a wonderful prayer for us this morning. And, you know, we have not seen her this much this year, and I must say, for 2 reasons. One, it has caused the senator from Grayson not to eat as well as he should because she's not here to watch him. And 2, she heard that my wife had made a number of visits here and was introduced even by the senator from Grayson, and so she wanted to step up her gallery game and sit here and be with us this morning. She also wants to see if the devil's wearing ice skates, as the senator from Grayson will be voting for casino and gambling. And I think the pastor's here and will be performing an exorcism right in the middle of the Capitol later of our fine friend over here who's going to be arguing for a bill that I'd never, ever thought he would argue for. But Paula Carrico is just a wonderful human being. She puts up with a lot. And I know today, Mr. President, that my friend Bill Carrico will be eating salad. So if you will extend to her the warm welcome of the Senate, I'd appreciate it.
I thank the senator. Would Ms. Paula Carrico please rise in the gallery if you are able? Paula, thank you so much for joining us here today. We are grateful for your presence, and I know that Senator Carrico is particularly delighted to have his wonderful wife here with him today. We thank you for your support of your amazing family and of the senator to allow him to do the work that he does every day. We know it's not possible without the support of your family, and so we are deeply, deeply appreciative of all that you have done. We know family service really is public service, and so we are grateful to you. You, of course, are part of this family, and welcome back here anytime. And I would ask everyone please to join me in extending the warmest welcome of the Senate to Paula Carrico. Do any other senators wish to be recognized for purposes of an introduction? Is there any other business to come in the morning hour? Seeing none, the clerk will call the calendar.
Senate calendar for Monday, February 4th, 2019. Uncontested calendar, House bills on third reading.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I could make a preemptive announcement. It would be my aspiration to take the Senate bills on the uncontested calendar on the second reading all the way through today, subject, of course, to the one objection. Mr. President, I respectfully move that all the Senate bills on the third reading on the uncontested calendar, which would include all Senate bills on pages 1 through 3, which would include back up, wrong button. Mr. President, I would now move that all of the House bills on the third reading on the uncontested calendar on pages 1 through 3, which would include House Bill 1712 through House Bill 2665, be placed on their final passage in the block after the adoption of any amendments. If any senator desires to remove a House bill from the block, please do so after the clerk has read the number, and just reminding the body that the House bills are amended on the third reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall House bills on the uncontested calendar third reading, pages 1 through 3, House Bill 1712 through House Bill 2665, be placed upon their final passage in a block after the adoption of any amendments thereto, with the understanding that any senator desiring a bill be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The bills are before us in the block. The clerk will read the number of the bills.
House Bill 1712, reported from the Committee for Courts of Justice. House Bill 1751, reported from the Committee for Courts of Justice with amendment.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
I move the committee amendments be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is agreed to.
House Bill 1767, reported for the Committee for Courts of Justice with amendment.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I move the committee amendment be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is agreed to.
House Bill 1909, reported from the Committee for Courts of Justice. House Bill 1940, reported from the Committee for Courts of Justice.
Madam Chair, Mr. President.
Senator from Grayson, Senator Carrico.
Can that bill come out of the block and go by for the day?
Without objection, House Bill 1940 will come out of the block and go by for the day.
House Bill 1998, reported from the Committee for Courts of Justice with amendment. House Bill 21...
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I move that the committee amendment be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is agreed to.
House Bill 2138, reported from the Committee for Courts of Justice. House Bill 2665, reported from the Committee for Courts of Justice.
The question is, shall the House bills pass in a block? That is all bills except for House Bill 1940. All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The bills in the block pass.
Regular calendar, House bills on third reading. House Bill 2167, a bill relating to deposition of corporate officer, reported from the Committee for Courts of Justice.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I move that the bill be agreed to. And speaking to this bill,
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, this is a companion to the bill offered by the senator from Fauquier County, placing some limitations upon parties' ability to take the deposition of a chief executive of a corporation, except in instances in which they have personal knowledge of the matters that they are testifying to. I think it came out of the Senate on a pretty significant majority. The next bill we can spend a little bit more time talking about.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on House Bill 2167? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 2167 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 30, noes 10.
Ayes 30, noes 10. House Bill 2167 passes.
House Bill 2197, a bill relating to summary judgment, limited use of discovery, depositions, and affidavits. Reported from the Committee for Courts of Justice.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I move that the bill pass.
Senator, the floor.
Speaking of the bill, if there's an issue that people were looking forward to talking about more than coal ash, it was summary judgment. And, Mr. President, this is the same summary judgment bill that we debated about a week ago. This is the House companion, and it would be my hope that the members would support this bill.
For what purpose does the senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Rise to speak to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I had a town hall this weekend. Had hundreds of people attend. We laughed, we cried. It was emotionally draining. We went through it together. We did not discuss this bill. Having said that, it's still a bad idea. I hope you'll put up some red lights and maybe the Supreme Court or somebody can weigh in and we can get it dealt with at some point. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on House Bill 2197? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 2197 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 25, noes 15.
Ayes 25, noes 15. House Bill 2197 passes.
Uncontested calendar, Senate bills on third reading.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll try to hit the right button this time. Mr. President, I respectfully move that all the Senate bills on the third reading on the uncontested calendar, including all Senate bills on pages 5 through 18, including Senate Bill 1253 through Senate Bill 1785, be placed on their final passage in the block. Any senator who desires to remove a bill from the block, please do so after the clerk has read the number of that bill.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the Senate bills on the uncontested calendar, third reading, pages 5 through 18, Senate Bill 1253 through Senate Bill 1785, be placed upon their final passage in the block, with the understanding that any senator desiring a bill be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The bills are before us in the block. The clerk will read the number of the bills.
Senate Bill 1253, Senate Bill 1580, Senate Bill 1026, Senate Bill 1037, Senate Bill 1088, Senate Bill 1089, Senate Bill 1091, Senate Bill 1244, Senate Bill 1274, Senate Bill 1312, Senate Bill 1380, Senate Bill 1400, Senate Bill 1418, Senate Bill 1419, Senate Bill 1469, Senate Bill 1477, Senate Bill 1479, Senate Bill 1529, Senate Bill 1532, Senate Bill 1559, Senate Bill 1564, Senate Bill 1581, Senate Bill 1663, Senate Bill 1681, Senate Bill 1688, Senate Bill 1702, Senate Bill 1781, Senate Bill 1785.
Question is, shall the bills in the block pass? All in favor of passage of the bills will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The bills in the block pass.
Uncontested calendar, Senate bills on third reading. Senate Bill 1169, a bill relating to apprenticeships, ratio of apprentices to journeymen.
The junior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator D. Steph.
Mr. President, Senate Bill 1169, let's take that by for a day, please. Thank you.
Without objection, Senate Bill 1169 will go by for the day.
Senate Bill 1554, a bill relating to the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, civil penalties.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell.
Mr. President, I move the bill pass and speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. You all heard a little bit of discussion about this bill on Friday, so I'm not going to take long, but the bill basically just creates a sanction for anybody who intentionally destroys public records trying to avoid FOIA, and it also creates a structure to fine people who illegally, inappropriately vote to certify a closed meeting under FOIA. When you go into the meeting, you have to announce why you're going in. You're only supposed to talk about what you said you're going to talk about. When you come out, you have to vote to certify it. This says if you do that incorrectly, you can be fined by a judge. Again, move that we pass the bill.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does Senator from King George, Senator Stewart, rise?
Speak to the bill, Mr. President.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, again, I just would remind the body that this bill came before the FOIA Council this summer, and we debated it, and it failed to get a positive recommendation. And the reason it did is because this is a trap, what I call a trap for the unwary. And so a lot of these folks who are governed by this are people who volunteer for public service. And they're not always sophisticated, and they don't always understand exactly what the law is. And so if they're in a closed session and then they come out and vote to certify that the only matter they talked about was something when they may have also mentioned something about a ball game, they could be caught in this and fined $500. I'd ask the gentleman to consider an intentional misrepresentation or an intentional deception or something like that, which I think is what we really want. I agree with the first part of his bill, and those people should be sanctioned. But I think it's unfair to trap folks who may not really understand what they're doing, and they have no malevolent or deceptive purpose. So I'd ask you to vote against this, as the bill reads now.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain, rise?
Mr. President, speak to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, I think this is an outstanding bill. I hate to disagree with my friend from Westmoreland County, but there's also a bill that rocketed out of this chamber earlier this session that I hope will put his mind a little bit more at ease. It required local government officials to undergo freedom of information training. Online training is made available to local government officials. This is a significant problem. The open meeting rules, we need to make sure that our local government officials understand them. We need to make sure that we're providing them with the resources to understand them. And I think that the training is going to go a long way in that direction. And I think that this bill is really just about the only way that we have available to enforce those open meeting rules and to make sure that people are very, very careful about participating in closed meetings and making sure that they are complying with the law.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1554? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1554 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 34, noes 6.
Ayes 34, noes 6. Senate Bill 1554 passes.
Senate Bill 1737, a bill to provide civil relief for citizens of the Commonwealth who are employees or contractors of the United States government who have been furloughed or are otherwise not receiving wages or payments as a result of the partial closure of federal government. We have four amendments.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we reconsider the vote in which we engrossed and advanced the bill to its third constitutional reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the vote by which this bill was engrossed and advanced to its third reading be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The motion is agreed to. The Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
Mr. President, I move that we respectfully waive the reading of the floor amendments in block.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor amendments in a block be waived? All in favor of waiving the reading will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor amendments is waived. Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we agree to the floor amendments and speaking to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. This removes the emergency clause from the bill that we debated on Friday in regard to silver relief. So the first is really the substantive amendment, which removes the emergency clause, and the remaining amendments 2 through 4 are technical amendments to reorder the bill based on Amendment Number 1. And with that, Mr. President, I move the agreement to the floor amendment.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the floor amendments be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendments are agreed to. Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we engross and advance the bill to its third reading.
Question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading. Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I move that we suspend the rules and dispense with the third constitutional reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the third constitutional reading be dispensed with? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. The rules are suspended and the third constitutional reading is dispensed with. Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the bill pass, and speaking to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know we spent some time on this on Friday. This is the bill that would provide a 30-day stay for eviction or foreclosures for those employees or contractors that have been impacted by the federal government shutdown. I know there's some discussion and debate on Friday in terms of the merits and or the need for this, but I'd submit to the body that there are still unintended and unknown consequences that are still playing out. Even with folks that just received paychecks, potentially last week, there are still a domino effect that has impacted these families and would ask the bill's passage of the measure.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1737? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1737 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 32, noes 8.
Ayes 32, noes 8. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 1126, a bill relating to regulation of casino gaming by the Virginia Lottery Board, penalties.
Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. President.
Good morning,
I move that the bill pass.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, as you know, most of you might know, I have been introducing legislation to legalize casino gaming in my home city of Portsmouth, and this has been for quite a long time. The purpose of which was to provide job opportunities and finances for my area, an area where only 50% of the land is taxable. Senate Bill 1126 is the combination of two other pieces of legislation, a bill introduced by my good friend, Senator Bill Carrico of Bristol, to take care of his part of the state, which is experiencing difficulties very similar to what Portsmouth is encountering. This bill will also incorporate legislation introduced by Senator Linwood Lewis, which was designed to take care of the Pamunkey Indians who have been given federal recognition and with that recognition are entitled to have legalized gaming in Virginia. I also want to acknowledge the help of our majority floor leader. He did a yeoman's job in bringing all of these bills together and placing some other parameters around them. I'm certain he will speak to those parameters at an appropriate time. These projects are game changers for local and regional economies, these economies depressed by this part of the state. But by year 7, we are projecting through an economic study conducted by Tremere Economic and Analytics that the 3 jurisdictions of Bristol, Danville, and Portsmouth will bring in over $122 million in state general funds annually. Nearly $100 million in local revenues will be generated annually also. And on top of that, 15,000, and I repeat, 15,000 new jobs. These numbers do not reflect what a casino opened by the Pamunkey Indians would generate. Do the math, Mr. President. You will see that we are probably talking about upward of $150 million to the general fund and well over $120 million to local communities annually and upward of 15,000 new jobs. These new revenues can be used to fund a host of local, regional, and statewide critical needs. Mr. President, members of the Senate, I want to emphasize that those of us who have introduced this legislation are not asking for a handout, just a chance to help control our own destiny. Just as Northern Virginia and other parts of the state will receive rewards of Amazon's location, rewards from which all of us will benefit, we need a game changer in our areas of the state as well. I ask all of you to please consider what I'm asking and to support the legislation. Mr. President, again, I'd like to renew my motion to pass the bill.
I thank the senator. For what purpose is the senator from James City County, Senator Norman, rise?
Mr. President, I rise to speak in favor of the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, the gentlelady from Portsmouth was very generous and allowed me to reconfigure her bill just ever so slightly to try to address some concerns that came up during the discussion of it. The gentlelady has explained her passion and what her aspirations are that the bill will accomplish, but I would like to remind the body of a couple of safeguards that came in as a result of the amendment in the nature of the substitute that was offered. It struck me as being rather unusual that we were going to have a study performed by the Department of the Lottery, and they were going to review other states' approaches towards gaming. What struck me as odd was that irrespective of what the substantive provisions of the lottery study were going to reveal, that the referendums were going to proceed forward in each of the 5 localities. It just struck me as being rather unusual that we were taking an informative study that was going to have absolutely no bearing whatsoever on informing the voters or informing us as a legislative body what the potential implications of gaming would be in Virginia. So the first change was made that the study was transferred from the Lottery Commission to JLARC. And of course, we all know that JLARC is an independent agency that has many more financial analysts on their staff than Lottery has. Also, Mr. President, I would say that His Excellency had already put $175,000 in his introduced budget to pay for a study. That amount was increased by another $25,000 to $200,000 for a study. The second thing that is put in there, and I expect later on when we have a discussion in another venue that this is really going to have to be emphasized, and I look forward to joining in a partnership with the lady from Portsmouth on advocating that for obvious reasons. And that safeguard, Mr. President, is that the referendums cannot take place until the JLARC study is submitted to the General Assembly for its consideration, and that it has a limited and a very limited reenactment clause on it that says that the provisions in Senate Bill 1126 as they relate to the referendum must be reenacted. So speaking of gaming, Mr. President, I expect you're placing your last bets on your cell phone up there, hoping that there's going to be a winning jackpot on that. But I would respectfully ask that you support Senate Bill 1126, that it has very significant safeguards that are built in it.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senator from Grayson, Senator Carrico, rise?
Mr. President, rise to speak in favor of the bill.
I thank the senator. Your pastor's still here.
I understand.
Okay, just want to be very clear. Senator has the floor.
I know that's a shock to most people on this floor. Mr. President, I rise to speak in favor because I I took a lead on this issue with my good friend from Portsmouth, as she has attempted to do this many times. And one of the biggest objections that I've had over the years is the people not having a say in this issue. In this bill that you'll find is a referendum piece, which I have been very passionate about. I believe that this should be a choice of the people, not of the people here in Richmond, the General Assembly saying to Virginia that you can have a gambling casino. I think it should be the people's choice when they go down this road, and I think it should be a local choice, those that are going to be affected the most by a casino being put in that region. That being said, I probably will never step foot in a casino. However, I think it should be the choice of the people that I represent because of the limited opportunities that they have as to whether they want to venture down this road putting a casino in. I think in my region, it's only going to be about 9% of the development that's going to come with this. And with Bristol being in the financial need that it's in and limited access to properties to do anything on, this is very important to the region that I represent, that feel it's important that they should have a say in this matter. Since my pastor's here, God gives us free will, and there is no reason there's no reason this General Assembly shouldn't give that free will to the people of Bristol. So I would ask that you support this bill and move it on to the other body. Thank you.
For what reason does the pastor rise? No, you're fine. What reason does senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove, rise?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Speak to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the gentleman from Grayson. I have been to his church. I've sung in his church, and I can't wait to get back to that church now. But the problem I have with the bill, the way it's written right now, and hopefully more study will be done on it, is if one locality does a referendum, and let's use the city of Portsmouth, just Portsmouth does that, that referendum has a tangible and real effect on the cities that surround that locality. Chesapeake, Virginia Beach, certainly Norfolk right across the river, and all of the Hampton Roads area would be affected by the decision of one of the smallest cities in Hampton Roads. But let me even give a better example of that. In Newport News, the little city of Poquoson, which has it's a beautiful place, but it has very few people. If they were to have a referendum to have a casino there, they're totally surrounded by Hampton and Newport News, and that would have an immediate impact on the area that surrounds them. So I guess we have a little bit of problem understanding how that one area, that one small locality, can do something of such magnitude that's going to have a tangential effect across the region. So I would hope that should this bill pass and the JLARC study comes about, that it would be a regional referendum and not just a local referendum that's considered, especially in the Northern Virginia and Hampton Roads and Richmond areas. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose does Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Speak to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, I sit next to Senator Carrico, who has had an evolution, I guess, of his thinking. I cannot help but be reminded what my grandmother used to say when things would go wrong. She'd say, "Satan has had his way today," and that seems to be with Senator Carrico. I told him he's wearing this nice blue jacket, and I said, "That looks exactly like the felt on a craps table." And I must confess, because I was told that's what it looks like. And I tried, Mr. President, to get my staff to run to 7-Eleven because I wasn't thinking and get some playing cards and some dice that I could throw at him while he was doing his speech. But, Mr. President, part of what this is an attempt, of course, and that's what's good about what the Senator from Grayson is trying to do, is to provide a shot in the arm for economic revival in Southside and Southwest Virginia and for Portsmouth. And the gentle lady from Portsmouth, I know, has always been an advocate of this, and she's been so passionate and so powerful. And I don't want to see that denied because of that passion and power, which I respect so much. But I must say, Mr. President, that in Southside and Southwest Virginia, we have been trying to rebuild an economy that was devastated, as you've heard me from the floor over and over again say. And we've been trying to rebuild that economy brick by brick and to build a new foundation. My city of Danville, that I'm proud to represent, has one of the greatest city councils, great mayor, who are very passionate in favor of this issue. They want to see this pass because they will be one of the areas and territories where a referendum can be held, and if it passes, we can have casino gambling. And I've struggled with this issue, Mr. President. I've struggled about the need for economic recovery and also the desires of those that I represent. But at the same time believing, Mr. President, that this is not the panacea for Southside. That ultimately what we're doing is maybe short-arming what would otherwise be what we're doing in having a great economic recovery. All those people in the city of Martinsville, all those people in the city of Danville, all the people in Pittsylvania County who have fought, who have struggled, but have never given in and never given up in the belief that they can, with their own hands, revitalize the economy in Southside and Southwest Virginia. I stand with them. But I believe that if we have casinos in our areas, then that will be a tourist destination, but perhaps not a destination for those companies that we're trying to attract. Right now, we've been working hard to make sure that every child has an opportunity, regardless of their zip code, to get a good education, to create a workforce pipeline where we can tell that child that even may be living at or below the poverty line that we're going to provide them with a world-class education in K through 12, but also opportunities to go to college, to live the American dream, and then to stay in that workforce pipeline and to be a part of the rebuilding of our community. I will finally say this, Mr. President, and I mean it. I think sometimes many people, when they think about these casinos, think about the Vegas Strip, the glitter, the glamour, the high-rises, the lights. But if you've been to Vegas, if you go about 5 blocks over, there's no glamour. They're not so tier 1 casinos. And not even just that. Remember, we recognize casino gambling as something that can turn into an addiction. And to do that to some of our people who are most vulnerable, I think is unfair. And for those reasons, Mr. President, I understand why my beloved city of Danville wants this. I understand why Bristol wants this. I get that totally. I just believe in the people that live in our area, that they can, through their own hands, rebuild an economy in a way that will last for generations and bring hope to families, to parents, and their children where hope has been lacking. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose is the Senator from Eastern Fairfax? Senator Surville rise.
Speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, ladies and gentlemen, I don't gamble either. I don't like going to casinos. But every morning, I live about 4 blocks from the Potomac River. And every morning, I hear a noise. It sounds like... And that noise, folks, it's $150 million a year being sucked over the Woodrow Wilson Bridge into PG County. I was just Googling around. MGM's National Harbor is MGM's 5th highest revenue generator in the nation. Not in Maryland, but in the nation. According to this article that came out in October, MGM generated $196 million in net revenue last quarter, 9% over the quarter before. And MGM now has 3,137 slot machines, 198 table games. And the revenue is growing every month. I pulled another article said, has MGM been a jackpot for PG County? That's the county I look at when I go walk down the street so I can see the river down the street from me. They said in this article, MGM Harbor is MGM's 5th most profitable casino, and that so far it's generated $32 million to PG County, not the state, to the county. It's also generated, and then it also sends 40% of all their revenue to the Maryland Education Trust Fund, the state's horse racing industry, and the Maryland General Fund. And Maryland is killing us on this. In fact, I found another article where Maryland's, what's this guy? Some guy in Maryland, the head of some gaming thing. Title of the article says, Maryland's casino won't see a threat from Virginia anytime soon, gaming director predicts. And so he said, we think Virginia is still many years away from opening casinos, so we think we can enjoy a geographic advantage, the state lottery director and gaming director Gordon Medenicus said to a presentation in the General Assembly's Joint Committee on Gaming Oversight. My point is, Virginians right now are paying for Maryland schools, we're paying for Maryland government, there's money going over that bridge every day, and every day we don't do something on this, we're losing money. And I'm sick of seeing all that cash flow over the river and not stay in this state and benefit our schools here. And again, I'm not a big gaming person. I'm not a big gambling person. But I do think this is something people are going to do, and it's something we need to get in this business. And we need to hurry up and get on with it so these other states don't keep picking our pockets. And that's why I've supported this in the beginning.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose is the senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw, rise?
Mr. President, members of the Senate, to somewhat follow up on what you just heard from Senator Surabel, my understanding was that in 2012, when that referendum was held and the board at MGM had asked the Washington Post for an endorsement, that they indicated their survey would show that more than half their money, or half or slightly more than that, would come from the people of Northern Virginia. And as it turns out, they're right. Maryland, I think, is getting somewhere between 220 and 200 and almost 300 million a year from this one building, of which $1 billion, my understanding, was spent in the construction of that and the hotel attached to it. You go, I've been over there once to have lunch, because I'm not a big gambler. Occasionally I'll throw $1 in a slot machine, but that's about it. But no, that's the truth. But let me just tell you this: an awful lot of those license plates were from Virginia. And as for the senator from Franklin had remarked that this may discourage other companies from locating there, I would remind you that just across the river from where that MGM casino is, we're going to get a new company called Amazon. They sure weren't discouraged in choosing that site near National Airport to locate here. The people in other regions of the state need to share in the prosperity. Prince George's County, their whole financial situation, or at least a significant part of it, has been turned around by this casino. And I don't see any reason why it would be any different in the southwestern part of the state or in the southeastern part of the state, in the Portsmouth, Norfolk area. And I would ask you to keep that in mind when you vote. These areas need help. And it's going to be a long time, given the current structure that we have here, before that situation turns itself around. But in the meantime, this could be a major help to those regions, and we need to give them the same opportunity that we in Northern Virginia have. Thank you.
Senator, for what purpose does senior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Wagner, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak in favor of the bill.
Senator has the floor.
And, Mr. President, let me just say, first of all, I have been inside a casino. And I want to correct the senator from Patrick County that the senator from Hampton has the appropriate color for the craps table there on the green there. I would like to add that. But, Mr. President, let me just say this. We talk about gambling. The state, long before any of us got here, with the exception of perhaps the senior senator from Fairfax, we went down the road of the lottery. Since I've been here, we've had a charitable gaming commission that runs bingo and pull tabs and a series of different things going on, mostly in bingo parlors, or also some Foreign Legion, even the Knights of Columbus, run substantial bingo operations and going on there. Bingo is a form of gambling, as is the lottery. And so we are down the road. The question is, do we go down the road of casino gambling? Well, we have already gone down the road in many ways. I think the senator from Hampton will confirm that there was a recent announcement of putting 700 instant horse racing machines in the city of Hampton, and another similar proposal, I believe, in the city of Chesapeake to put these in. These are instant horse racing machines, in effect, de facto slot machines. If you haven't had the opportunity to go into an American Legion Hall or Veterans of Foreign Wars like I am a member of, I will tell you they have slot machines in those. We now have other machines appearing in various convenience stores called games of skill that for all the world look like a slot machine to me. They act like a slot machine, they sound like a slot machine, they rotate like a slot machine, but they are a game of skill. So we go down those roads, and I've heard some arguments about what goes on around a casino and how it looks so shady in those areas. I would ask you to go down to National Harbor. You don't have to go in the casino, but look at what surrounds the casino in National Harbor, and I think you'll see anything but a shady area. You can go to Maryland Live, very close to Baltimore Washington National Airport, and you will find a casino basically inside a shopping mall with a very, very active and vibrant commercial retail business, as well as many, many offices located in a close proximity to where that casino is. So some of those arguments I can't align myself to. But what we have here is an opportunity for Virginians in those localities decide whether it's something that's appropriate for that locality. And I think that's altogether appropriate. The arguments have been made. We are losing substantial money in these areas. There are Virginians, busloads of folks leave the Hampton Roads just about every day, in fact, to go up to Dover Downs or go to a number of different places around. I know some folks very, very close to me, like my brother, who drives routinely to Charlestown, West Virginia, and takes advantage of the sports wagering operations and some of those in that particular area. So we are losing money. We are losing revenue to neighboring states. The fact that the Pamunkey Indians did get their designation basically took the debate off the table about whether or not casinos will come to Virginia. They will, with a certain degree of control. The question is, certainly the Pamunkeys, warrant a casino. The question is, will there be others in Virginia? But the question of whether or not they're coming, they're coming. And I think it's important is what we've got is kind of getting out of control. It's kind of getting out of control when you got 700 machines popping up here and 600 machines popping up there and that type of thing. I don't think we have a control. What we have here with this legislation is a very controlled, measured input, allocating no more than 4, as I count them, 3 and 1 Indian, with referendums included in that. And so, Mr. President, I think that this is an appropriate step, and I hope that we'd vote for the bill.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose is the Senator from Loudoun, Senator Black, rise?
Speak against the measure.
The Senator has the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know there's a lot of arguments about how much money we're going to bring in and that kind of thing. But if you don't like payday lending, I'm not sure why you would vote for this. The problem that I have with it is that typically, I think we know that the casino gambling is it's a tax on the poor. It's a way of drawing money from the poor. The poor tend to be more active gamblers than those who are more affluent. I don't think it's going to cause problems for people in my particular district because it's a fairly affluent district. But I know there is a tendency to place these casinos in places where people are not very well off. And there's no doubt it changes the culture. When you have when you have large-scale gambling, I'm not talking about the little petty ante stuff, but you have large-scale gambling, it changes the culture and the morals of the community. And with the poor, there's a tendency to say, you know, I got to get down there, I got to hit it big. And so you see folks who will spend the family money, spend the last dollar that ought to be going to their children's clothes, to their medical costs, paying the mortgage, paying the rent, things of that sort. And I just think it's a bad thing for the culture of Virginia. I understand there are going to be some people who make lots of money. There'll be people who make tons of money. There are casino owners who are billionaires across this country. But the people who fund those casinos, pay for the casinos, make them run, are the poor. And when we do a referendum, you look, let's be honest. You do a local referendum, you're going to have a handful of people who will try to resist, and they're going to be faced with mega millions of dollars funding huge campaigns to ram those things through. And, you know, ordinary folks with Xerox machines can't compete with big-time money that comes in from out of state and does this. Some of it might even be in-state, but you can count on it. There's going to be two classes of people. There's going to be poor people who will pay it, and there are going to be mega billionaires who become even richer from this. For that reason, I'm not supporting it. I've never supported big-time gambling, and anyway, I would urge you not to support this.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose is Senator from Grayson, Senator Carrico, rise?
Mr. President, just to make a couple more points on the legislation.
Senator has the floor.
Just to kind of make some points as to the situation in which brought forward the referendum to allow people to do this is I represent an area. Some days I don't know if I'm a Kentucky, Tennessee, North Carolina, or West Virginia legislator because I'm surrounded by those locations. There's this little place nestled into the mountains of Tennessee called Gatlinburg, Virginia. Destination point for a lot of faith-based organizations. And just a few miles down the road into North Carolina is this place called Cherokee, North Carolina. And it's got one of the largest gambling venues in that region. And when we start talking about surrounding areas being affected by casinos in Bristol, Virginia, if you've seen the little Geico lizard, you can stand on one side of the street and be in Virginia and on the other side of the street and be in Tennessee. And what's happening is this effort for Tennessee to move in a rapid way to try to take advantage of this situation. And currently, as we're here debating this, Kentucky and Jenkins, Kentucky, which is just on the other side of Wise County, are already putting in place a effort to bring a casino. So when we start talking about how an area is going to be affected, well, whether you believe it or not, we're going to be affected, but we're going to be affected in a way that it's going to be economically detrimental to us because they're going to take the lead on this and move forward. The other thing, my seatmate here, he brought up the fact in a passionate way that he has to speak, which I don't have the gift of that he believes in the people. Well, if he believes in the people, he should vote for this bill because this is what we're doing. We're giving this to the people. So if you don't give it to the people, evidently you don't believe in them. And I would hope that we see that this effort to bring forth this referendum is the main important part of what I have been wanting as we go forward with legislation if we decide in Virginia that we're going to have gaming casinos in Virginia, that we at least give the local people the opportunity to vote on this. And I understand the senator from Loudoun, Senator Black, about poor people inappropriately or disproportionately being affected by it because they will go to the casino. Well, they are going today. They are now going, but they're going in other states. And I'll remind them, we will always have the poor among us. We are not interfering in what they do. It will always be there. But without lifting them up and giving them opportunities, we will never get to the point that we need to get to. So I would hope that you really take into consideration what is being put forward here. Think about the whole bill and the opportunity for people to have a voice. We should not stand in the path of people making this decision. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Senator from Franklin, Senator Stanley.
Thank you. Will the gentleman from Grayson yield for a question?
Senator Yield. Senator Yields, you have the floor.
And one question, Mr. President. I would ask the gentleman if he does not agree with me that while some industries build things, car industry makes automobiles in America, that the industry that he's talking about bringing into our area, its very basis of survival and success is based on the principle that the house always wins and the people who play always lose.
Senator, the floor.
I would agree with the gentleman from Franklin, but when the house is winning and the people that he's bringing in is from other states that are wanting to spend their money in Virginia, why wouldn't we capitalize on that opportunity?
Senator, further question?
Thank you, Mr. President. Sounds like a dropped wallet analogy, but I think we've already had that, so we're not going to bring that up again. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1126?
Mr. President.
Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Mr. President, speaking briefly to the bill.
Senator, it's the floor.
As a parent, you're always wondering, what you're imparting on your child. And I had an interesting car ride a few months ago. I was real close to the election. And he looks out the window and he points. He says, those are the bad people. And you wonder, who is he pointing at? Who is he to decide are the bad people? Close to an election lot. He was pointing to a store that offers car title loans. And I said to my son, tell me about those folks. What do they do that's not so great? He said, they'll tell you, they'll give you some money if you give them the papers for your car, but they know that they're probably going to take your car, or they're at least going to take a lot more money from you. And I was stunned that my 7-year-old knew that, and I was happy that that's something that I'd passed on to him. I hope that, my son understands that about casinos too, because like the senator from Franklin said, the entire business is premised on the house always wins. And I understand that the Commonwealth itself got into the numbers game back in the 80s. And I understand that we've also decided that we're going to continue. I expect there will be a bill later today that will continue to expand charitable gaming far beyond what anyone actually understood charitable gaming to mean. I understand I'm not likely to carry the vote on that one either. And I appreciate the senator from James City making this a study bill, much more than what we were told in general laws was a study bill. But since Ross Perot and his sound that he mentioned so much in 1992 has already been invoked, I'm reminded of some other wisdom from that Texan. And he said, if you see a snake, don't make a committee to study snakes. That's some good advice that the senator from Loudoun might suggest. But that's where we're going on this. And I find it interesting that this legislation, if it's such a great idea that this is an Amazon, which I find deeply disturbing that folks think that this is something like bringing that many tech jobs to a community. That's not where this is taking us. And I think the senator from Franklin spoke exactly where a lot of us in Southwest and Southside feel about this. But if it is bringing Amazon, why would we limit us to 5? Why wouldn't we want this in every jurisdiction in Virginia? Because we know what we're doing here. And my 7-year-old knows what we're doing here. And I'm disappointed that this is going to happen, and this is where the Commonwealth is going.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators other than the patron wish to be heard? Seeing none, the senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. If no one else chooses to speak, I renew my motion that the bill pass.
I thank the senator. The question is, shall Senate Bill 1126 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 28, noes 12.
Ayes 28, noes 12. Senate Bill 1126 passes.
Senate Bill 1171, a bill relating to alcoholic beverage control, local special events license.
Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
Mr. President, I move the bill pass and speaking to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill is crafted towards local governments, bids, nonprofits that have events. Many localities like mine do have special events where they're able to shut down the street, have events, have music and entertainment. This would actually allow restaurateurs to have their alcoholic beverages in the streets within secure premise, just like we had last year, past several years ago, the commercial lifestyle bill. This helps and allows local governments apply the same setting in coordination with the ABC. And so this creates a license to allow that to occur, Mr. President, and move the bill pass.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1171? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1171 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 3.
Ayes 37, noes 3. Senate Bill 1171 passes.
Senate Bill 1250, a bill relating to voter registration, absentee voting, prohibited changes to voter registration record.
Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask the bill pass and speaking to the bill.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the body, this bill was requested by the general registrars, and what happened was they started noticing that many of the registered voters that were requesting absentee ballots, in which they requested that their registration be transferred to a different locality before the registration deadline, and then those voters then may have voted in a different locality. So what this would do would basically put a freeze in place so the new registration could be taken into effect and these folks weren't voting twice. And according to the registrars, there's in dealing with various, the markers flagged and absentee ballot notations indicated, but oftentimes it's overlooked. And so this would just really prevent a person from voting twice. It's a stopgap measure the registrars have asked for, and I would ask the bill pass.
I thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1250? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1250 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. Senate Bill 1250 passes.
Senate Bill 1262, a bill relating to localities and school divisions, posting of register of funds expended.
Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator Sturdivant.
Afternoon, Mr. President.
Afternoon, Senator.
I move that the bill pass and speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, this is a bill that this body has voted on the last couple of years. It is a bill that would require our larger localities and school divisions to post their check registers online so that the public is aware and can see exactly how their tax dollars are being spent. It's limited to localities that are 25,000 residents or larger and to school divisions that are 5,000 students and larger. It's a simple bill, and it prohibits and protects from disclosure things that are not protected by, that are not disclosable under FOIA and other provisions that are here to protect privacy, but also to recognize that this is the public expenditure of taxpayer dollars and should be available to citizens to see. And with that, I ask that the bill pass.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose, the Senator from Arlington, Senator Favola, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Unfortunately, I have to ask my colleagues in the Senate to vote against this bill. Although I understand the intent of the patron, the fact is that many school boards across the Commonwealth are already posting information that clearly shows their voters expenditures and trends in how the school board is determining the allocation of taxpayer dollars. What the issue is with this bill, it requires a fair amount of specificity, and there is some concern that schools will have to invest a lot of money in changing their accounting procedures and sometimes their technology tracking systems. So for that reason, and for the fact that school boards really are holding their administration accountable because school boards are elected, I don't believe this bill is needed. So I ask the body to vote against it. Thank you.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose, the Senator from Prince William, Senator McPike, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak against the measure reluctantly.
There's the floor.
I think the good gentleman from the senior senator from Richmond has, in a bill that he's carried for a couple of years, that I think is very well intended. The one thing that caught me this year that really is giving me pause, Mr. President, is localities that actually have met with their insurance companies. And the insurance companies are saying, actually, wait, you got to think about this for a second, because the rate of phishing, and phishing is where someone calls into your organization and they're talking to your accounts payable about specific verified transactions. They're starting to tie that back to get secure information in order to do financial fraud. And so this is, I think, a well-intentioned bill, but Mr. President, I urge the body to be fairly cautious about this. My workplaces have also seen a rate of increase of people phishing and calling in, asking for specific wire transfer information, and then once they verify that by tying back to specific check amounts and check numbers, the person on the other end of the phone thinks they're real. And so this is an ongoing and increasing thing where they are actually really utilizing these tools to start to defraud our local governments. And so, Mr. President, I would urge just an urge of caution when you're providing this level of detail and information that's specified in this bill. I think there's a way to potentially do this and get to some of the information that the senator seeks to do, Mr. President, but I'd urge the body caution with this bill. Thank you.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose is Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline, rise?
Very briefly, Mr. President.
Senator has the floor.
There's multiple things today that I don't think the Commonwealth ought to be going in the direction of, but this is something that is a very good thing. I hope it'll be the body's preference to advance this bill over to the other chamber. And I just want to add a slight comment because it was suggested that school boards are all elected here in Virginia. That is not the case. In the Roanoke Valley, Salem, which I represent, which is a great city, home of the Salem Red Sox that put 9 folks on the World Series team last year. I didn't get to say that on the floor yet, so I'm happy I did. But also, Roanoke City, the largest jurisdiction in our area, about 100,000 people, they have an appointed school board too. So this is a good transparency measure. I'm sorry to steal the thunder from my seatmate on that, but it's a great one. We've all been pushing this for years, and I hope that it will be the pleasure of the body to pass it.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose, the Senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to rise to speak in favor of this great bill.
Senator has the floor.
You know, in Amelia County, we actually had a situation that having a transparent checkbook online for the constituency to review and hold their elected leaders accountable would have helped avoid a situation that actually happened in Amelia that we're still seeking restitution for. Mr. President, I'm not sure under what circumstance we would not want more transparency in our local government. I don't ever see an opportunity when it wouldn't be a good idea to have another set of eyes taking a look at our registry. And for that reason, on behalf of the Transparency Caucus and one of the co-founders, I ask that we all support this fine bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the junior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator D. Steph, rise?
Mr. President, speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
In support of this bill, Mr. President, we do this in Virginia Beach. It's worked exceptionally well over the last 10 plus years, and I'm telling you that we've not had any issues with it. Thank you very much.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1262? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 12, Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Sasslaw.
Yeah, Mr. President, it just seems to me that if this is such a good idea, it ought to apply to every locality. When your local school boards come in and ask their local governments for to raise the real estate taxes to help them pay for this, you can point back to this so-called transparency bill, which a lot of jurisdictions probably are already doing. But like I said, if it's such a great idea, it really ought to apply to everyone.
Thank you, Senator. Question is, shall Senate Bill 1262 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 23, noes 17.
Ayes 23, noes 17. Senate Bill 1262 passes.
Senate Bill 1305, a bill relating to recycling, waste disposal, unpaid fees, lien.
Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Edwards.
Roanoke City.
Roanoke City, sorry.
But that's okay. We're friends.
You're very good friends.
Mr. President, I move that Senate Bill 1305 pass. And by way of explanation.
Senator has the floor.
This was requested by the Roanoke City Treasurer, but it's also supported by the Treasurers Association. I know no organized opposition, but I'm well aware of opposition, at least from the local government committee, Senator Stanley, and some others perhaps. What this bill does is very simple. It provides a local option for localities, if they wish. They don't all do it. They don't all necessarily want to do it. But if they want to, they can combine charges for recycling and waste disposal, solid waste disposal, together with real estate taxes. And then if they need to send the bills out and the people that own the property do not pay them, then at closing, if the property is transferred, then the locality would have a lien on the combined real estate taxes and recycling and solid waste disposal charges in the same way that the localities can combine real estate taxes with stormwater fees today. So it adds an option, if they wish, for the localities to combine, again, unpaid local solid waste collection fees together with the real estate taxes. And the reason for this is there are situations where a business or a company or an individual does not pay the waste disposal fee, and there's no way for the localities to collect it when the property is sold unless there's a lien on the property. And at closing, then the lien would be paid. Again, it puts the solid waste fee, which would be combined with the real estate taxes, the very same way the stormwater fees are combined with the real estate taxes. Again, it's a local option. If the localities don't want to do it, they don't have to do it. Some would like to do it in order to protect the charge, make sure the charges are actually paid. Again, the Treasurers Association supports it. My local Roanoke City Treasurer is pushing it. And again, it's a local option only. And with that explanation, I ask that the bill pass.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senator from James City County, Senator Norman, rise?
Mr. President, with all due respect to my good friend, I rise in opposition
Senator has the floor.
to Senate Bill 1305. I don't know about the rest of the state, but at least where I live, that you're not allowed to recycle products that have contaminants in it. And I think that this bill ought to be recycled for a future year.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1305? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1305 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 19, noes 21.
Ayes 19, noes 21. Senate Bill 1305 fails.
Senate Bill 1420, a bill relating to alcoholic beverage control, co-working establishment license.
The senior senator from Richmond City, Senator Sturdivant.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the bill pass.
Thank the senator. You have the floor.
Mr. President, Senate Bill 1420 deals with co-working establishments that are becoming more and more prevalent across the Commonwealth, as we have freelancers and small businesses and other entrepreneurs that don't work in a traditional office setting. They've oftentimes been creating or working in these co-working spaces. They're big in Richmond. They're growing in Hampton Roads and in Northern Virginia. But as part of these co-working spaces, they would like to be able to have networking events for their members. And so that's what this legislation does. It creates an ABC license for co-working establishments to be able to host networking events. I ask that the bill pass.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1420? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1420 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. Senate Bill 1420 passes.
Senate Bill 1501, a bill relating to capital murder, law enforcement officers, and fire marshals, reduction of charges.
Senator from Grayson, Senator Carrico.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move that the bill pass. Speaking of the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, this is a bill that's addressing a situation that none of us really saw coming. This is dealing with the capital murder of a police officer. In the past year or so, you've been hearing the news that came out of Richmond where Trooper Michael Walter, or Special Agent Michael Walter, was working a task force in the city of Richmond, and I think it was down in Mosby where he was at the time, where a individual, an assailant, exited a vehicle on a traffic stop and fatally shot Michael in the head, killing him instantly, and another officer there with another individual witnesses the whole crime, body camera footage, everything. And when it got to the trial, they set aside the life sentence and gave this individual 30 years. No one of us in here in this room ever thought that we would be in a Commonwealth where an assault on a law enforcement officer would occur, where an individual kills that law enforcement officer. And we heard testimony from the family, the wives of 3 murdered state troopers in committee, where they would have to tell their children that justice wasn't served in those situations. These men and women are out there putting their lives on the line, trying to protect each and every one of us. And what this bill does is it gives clear direction. If someone is going to take the life of a law enforcement officer, which, by the way, are being targeted today. This very day, there's law enforcement officers. The recruitment is down. These law enforcement officers are being targeted every day. Just in the month of January, It equates to a little over one a week that's being killed throughout the country. This bill basically says if you take the life of a law enforcement officer, that you will either get the death sentence or life. It will go no lower than that. The maximum being the death sentence, the minimum being life in prison. And I think in order for us to restore justice in this country, in order for us to be able to make sure that those men and women that are out there risking their life every day, that we have to make sure we send a clear message in Virginia that we're not going to accept the fact that you kill someone and we're going to set aside that conviction and give you less than life in prison or the death penalty, whichever it merits. So I hope it'd be the pleasure of the body to pass the bill and to send it on today.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1501? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1501 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk close the roll.
Ayes 34, noes 5.
Ayes 34, noes 5. Senate Bill 1501 passes.
Senate Bill 1527, a bill relating to the Virginia Charitable Gaming Board, conduct of charitable gaming.
The senior senator from Richmond City, Senator Sturdivant.
Mr. President, could that go by momentarily, please?
Without objection, Senate Bill 1527 will go by temporarily.
Senate Bill 1553, a bill relating to urban county executive form of government abandoned shopping carts.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Serville.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill I have introduced to give Fairfax County a little bit more authority with regard to abandoned shopping carts. We've had situations where these things keep showing up all off people's property, and basically it allows the locality to adopt an ordinance whereby they put the owner that this cart has been found. They have 10 days to come pick it up and bring it back, and if they don't, they can be assessed the cleanup fees. There's a real scourge of this in Springfield on the Route 1 corridor. I've taken 250 shopping carts out of a creek in my district over 5 years, not in the woods, in the creek. And 250 carts. And I can show you pictures of piles and piles of shopping carts. And I would just hope we could pass the bill to give the locality some more tools to deal with this. I move the bill pass.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden rise.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would ask that the gentleman from Southeastern Fairfax yield for a question.
Will Senator yield for a question?
My predecessor was Southeast Fairfax. I'm Eastern Fairfax.
Eastern
but I'll yield.
Fairfax. Eastern. I'm sorry.
Will Senator yield?
I'll yield.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. At first, when I heard these carts were showing up in the creek, I began to think that this was perhaps a new and more modern approach to the duck blind that were being created in these creeks. But now I've realized from the testimony here earlier today that perhaps it's individuals from his district, and would the gentleman not agree that potentially people are bringing their money back home from MGM casinos across the river and then depositing these carts in the creek when they're done?
Senator has the floor.
I tell the gentleman I only wish that's the case, but I don't think these folks have a lot of transportation, which is why they're moving their stuff around in shopping carts. But I only wish that was the case.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, the senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the senator rise for a question?
Senator from Eastern Fairfax rise for a question.
I'll yield.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm a pretty simple guy trying to read this. So the way I understand it, that if I own a shopping cart with a grocery store and somebody takes that shopping cart, which is a larceny of my property because they're not cheap, dumps it off down the road into said creek, I'm now going to be held liable for a theft which occurred on my property?
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I would say to the gentleman that no, that's not the case. for those of you, one of the first things we learn in law school is that in order for something to constitute a theft, you have to take something with the permanent intent to deprive somebody forever, not just borrowing it and not just taking it and using it for a little while. You have to have the intent to take it and keep it forever. And these carts are not stolen. They are abandoned. They are used and they are abandoned, which is not a crime. And so that's my first response. And the second thing I would say is that with regard to many of these stores, they have ways to control carts. They can put in systems that have a wire in the ground, which cause the carts to lock when you go over the wire. There's some places that require a deposit to bring them back. And right now, a lot of these businesses don't have the incentives to install those systems in place. All this does is make sure the county doesn't have to pay for these businesses that are allowing their carts to escape all the time. Fairfax County paid over $56,000 to have this creek cleaned up 7 years before I cleaned it up, over about 5 cleanups. And I think the incentives need to be rebalanced in some areas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Further question?
Further question?
Do you yield?
I yield.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
So I'm really trying to grasp this. So now as a store owner, I'm going to have to do a count each night. If I'm mom and pop, I'm not one of the big chains that can afford all the technology that you're saying exists out there. So now I've got a burden that I've got to have somebody count all my carts each and every night. And then if I'm missing a cart that was, quote unquote, removed or borrowed, I now need to report that to the police as a larceny if it's not in my county each night. Is that what he suggests I tell the people that have these carts in these small grocery stores?
Senator, has the floor.
Mr. President, I would say to the gentleman from Spotsylvania that no, I don't think anybody has to do that. The only time that this ordinance would come into play is if a county locates your cart off-site, writes you a letter, they give you 10 days to come and pick it up, get it back to your store. So you don't have to do an inventory every night. You just only have to act once the county told you, hey, your cart is over there on somebody else's property, come pick it up.
I thank you, gentlemen.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1553? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1553 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. Senate Bill 1553 passes.
Mr. President, over here.
Who?
Rockingham.
Oh, there you go. All right. Buzz in. Senator from Rockingham, Senator Hovenshay.
The center of the gentle fold in the palm of God's hand. Mr. President, having voted on the prevailing side by which we passed Senate Bill 1501, I would move that we reconsider that vote.
Thank the Senator. The question is, let's get to the right page.
I'm sorry, page 25.
Great. Question is, shall the vote by which Senate Bill 1501 passed be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The motion is agreed to. Senator from Grayson, Senator Carrico.
Thank you, Mr. President. I renew my motions based upon what I previously explained. Just to make clear, this is capital murder charges. There's another process if they want to reduce that, but this is dealing with capital murder.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall Senate Bill 1501 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 35, noes 5.
Ayes 35, noes 5. Senate Bill 1501 passes.
Senate Bill 1634, a bill relating to local economic revitalization zones.
Senator from Northwestern Fairfax, Senator Boy Scout.
Mr. President, I move the bill pass. Speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this is a bill requested by the town of Herndon asking to have the same right as counties and cities to create economic revitalization zones, and I move that the bill pass.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1634? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1634 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. Senate Bill 1634 passes.
Senate Bill 1645, a bill to require the Secretary of Public Safety and Homeland Security to convene a work group to develop a strategy for producing and publishing a comprehensive report on the use of force by Virginia law enforcement officers, correctional officers, and jail officers.
Senator from Northwestern Fairfax, Senator Boysko.
Mr. President, I move the bill pass. And speaking to the bill.
Thank the Senator. You have the floor.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this was originally brought to me by the Loudoun County NAACP, requesting that we put the report into the crimes report. After speaking with the stakeholders, it seemed very complex and difficult, and so the Sheriff's Department suggested that we put a work group together, and I hope it is the pleasure of the body to pass it.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose, Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshine, rise? Very good. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1645? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1645 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, noes 18.
Ayes 22, noes 18. Senate Bill 1645 passes.
Senate Bill 1668, a bill relating to alcoholic beverage control, Sunday store hours, distiller commission.
Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a bill that brought peace in the valley, just not in the Shenandoah Valley in the gentle fold of God's hands. But I will tell you, Mr. President, in order to work this bill out, we've had to look at the ABC stores and the operations of those hours to try to find the money to help our Virginia craft distilleries. As you know, our Virginia craft distilleries were are losing quite a bit of money. They still will with this increase that will take them for their commission rate to 20%. In doing so, we looked at ABC and how they could potentially backfill those. Right now, ABC stores are open later on Sunday than traditional stores where you can buy beer and wine and those sort of things. So this would move store hours from 1 to 10 o'clock in the morning, which is pretty much where every other general retail store in the Commonwealth is open, and that is the bill, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1668? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1668 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 32, noes 7.
Ayes 32, noes 7. Senate Bill 1668 passes.
Senate Bill 1671, a bill related to charitable gaming, special permit for the play of electronic versions of instant bingo, pull tabs, or seal tabs on certain premises.
Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
Mr. President, I move that Senate Bill 1671 be passed by for the day.
Without objection, Senate Bill 1671 will go by for the day.
Senate Bill 1693, a bill relating to health insurance coverage for autism spectrum disorder.
Senator from Fauquier, Senator Vogel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that the bill pass. And speaking to that motion,
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, what this bill does is it provides health insurance coverage for the treatment and for the diagnosis of autism spectrum disorder. This is not a new subject to this body. It has been many, many years. As I know, all of you know that families have come to this Capitol asking that health insurance be extended to the treatment of autism spectrum disorder. First, we were dealing with very young children, and now what we're doing is we're effectively removing the cap. It has been a long time coming, and I know it is not the custom that we refer to what the other body is doing, but in this case, it is very relevant. because obviously both bodies have to agree. And in this case, the other body has been really outspoken on this subject and took the lead on this legislation and is passing the same legislation. So it would be an extraordinary victory for the families of the Commonwealth of Virginia who have really struggled with the diagnosis and treatment and have struggled to get health insurance coverage for their children. And so I would just urge all of you to please pass this bill. Thank you.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1693? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1693 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, no 0.
Ayes 38, no 0. Senate Bill 16.
And Rule 36-1, I'm sorry.
No problem. Ayes 38, no 0. Rule 36-1. Senate Bill 1693 passes.
Senate Bill 1699, a bill relating to subdivision and zoning sidewalks.
Senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the bill pass, and speaking to the bill.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. This is a pretty simple sidewalk zoning bill. I don't like the underlying statute, which allows localities to make builders, homeowners, build sidewalks when they have property rezoned and are building subdivisions. In spite of that, this has come to me from the city of Lynchburg, where they are allowed to enforce that provision against certain home builders. They often find that these subdivisions are in areas where the sidewalks lead to nowhere. This has come up with a waste of money for the developer and the city, leading them with sidewalks that don't do anything. Lynchburg has proposed that they be allowed, and therefore every other locality who follows this statute, to create a fund. So if the sidewalk where that subdivision is going to be built will not help, they're able to put that money in a fund and set it aside and then use it for later development when they can actually have sidewalks that will lead somewhere. So with that, I move that the bill pass.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1699? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1699 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. Senate Bill 1699 passes.
Senate Bill 1701, a bill to address local ordinances concerning the regulation of short-term rentals in the urban county executive form of government. And there are floor amendments.
Senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I ask that we reconsider the vote by which SB 1701 was ordered to be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the vote by which the bill was engrossed and advanced to its third reading be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The motion is agreed to. Senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
Thank you. I move that we waive reading of the floor amendment.
Question is, shall the reading of the floor amendments be waived? All in favor of waiving the reading will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor amendments is waived. Senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
I move the floor amendment be adopted, and speaking to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
This is a short-term rental bill for that deals with Fairfax County, and this just clarifies that the bill does in no way limit the county's authority to deal with public safety or health of the occupants or visitors of such a short-term rental.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the floor amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendments are adopted. Senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
I move that we engross and advance the bill to its third reading.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading. Senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
Now, Mr. President, I move that we suspend the rules and dispense with the third constitutional reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the third constitutional reading be dispensed with? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The rules are suspended and the third constitutional reading is dispensed with. Senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, well, first I move that the bill pass, and speaking to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you. Speaking to that bill, this is actually a simple bill dealing with short-term rentals in Fairfax County. In the past, we have passed legislation that says that counties and cities may have short-term rental registries for companies like Airbnb for proprietors. And this is consistent with previously passed legislation that said that Lexington and Virginia Beach would not restrict their ordinances. And we passed it in 2018. This bill is much more narrowly drafted, and it would allow Airbnbs or HomeAways not to run amok, but just to operate in a reasonable number of days so that those that choose to engage in that practice could do it in a way that they could make enough revenue to make it worthwhile for them, whether it's to pay their mortgages or for other reasons. And we know that one subset of short-term rentals, Airbnb in Fairfax County, generated a reported $6.6 million alone in annual revenue in 2018. However, there's only about 42 that are now registered with the county since the ordinance got into effect. The county expected some lag time, but that's a lot of potential tax revenue, not just for the county and for transportation, but for the Commonwealth. And there's millions in small business and traveler dollars spent as spin-off money. The hosts often provide a more community-oriented experience and promote small businesses with whom they're familiar. And in the hearing, you may have heard that Fairfax County was not happy with this bill, but in the hearing in the local government committee, the local government referred to another option being to open a B&B instead of a Airbnb type of a business. And what they didn't tell us was that it costs $8,000 a year to have a B&B in Fairfax County, and not everyone wants to have a long-term rental. You may have heard that there are regulations in Fairfax County that we're doing away with. Actually, there are 27 regulations in Fairfax that are the same or harsher than the overturned Lexington elements, and we leave those in place. All this bill has to do with is how many nights you're able to rent out your Airbnb with a number of restrictions. You still have to get a permit. You still can't do this if a homeowners association or community or condo association or apartment says you can't do it. There's still a maximum number of lodgers. There's still only one group of lodgers per property. You still can't have a special event on the property. You still have to have a permit number publicly posted. You still have to collect the transient occupancy tax monthly. And you also have to get BPOL tax, pay BPOL tax if the gross receipts exceed $10,000, and so on and so forth, whether it be inspection by county personnel, being up to code, having an evacuation plan, fire extinguisher, designated parking space, and so forth. Really, what we're doing is we're stopping people from jumping through hoops. The county made a policy decision that you could engage in this activity for up to 60 days a year. But this is like telling, as the senator from Prince William said in the hearing, it's like saying you can drive an Uber, but you can only drive that Uber for 1 or 2 nights a week. Now, that was their decision to allow it, consistent with other areas in Northern Virginia. Let's make it worthwhile. For example, in the city of Alexandria, you can have an Airbnb for 365 nights a year. In Arlington County, you can have it for 180 days a year. The county's engaging not really in a good faith experiment to allow short-term rentals, but these regulations are designed to squash them. So with that, I'll renew my motion, and thank you.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the junior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator D-Staff, rise?
Mr. President, I first wanted to thank the gentleman from Fairfax for assisting and listening this morning when I talked to him about my concerns dealing with health, safety, and welfare of the initial bill, and I applaud him for working with the drafter to correct that and move this on and have it as floor amendment. So with that, I support this bill.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the bill.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. We gave local government the authority to regulate these short-term rentals, and now we're taking it away. And we're inserting, instead of 60 days, 180 days. And under the Uber analogy, it's a question of why not 365 days a year? It's a restraint of trade if you didn't give it 365 days a year. Here's the problem. Local government went through a process. They went through hearings. They did everything they were supposed to do to arrive at this decision in ways democracies are supposed to do this. And yes, homeowners associations can ban this, but have you ever tried to get a quorum in a homeowners association? So many people rent their properties out full-time under Virginia law that it's very, very difficult to get people to make these changes. And so now people are coming into your neighborhood using your HOA property. I'm sure nobody would mind the use of the playgrounds, but how about the swimming pool? You know, do you get the swimming pool pass and just go on down and use the pool? At Lake Barcroft in my community, they have 5 beaches on the lake, and homes would be very desirable to rent on a short-term basis. Can people go down to the beach? Can they rent a boat? What are the liability issues here for these communities? This is a real problem. I understand there are 1 or more lawsuits currently going on, and I know it's been the policy of this body to not allow or to resist legislation when the courts have the issue in front of them. I think this is poor public policy to overrule our local jurisdictions, and I would ask you to not support this bill. Thank you.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Loudoun, Senator Black rise?
I rise in support of the measure.
Senator has the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, really just to make one brief point, I think any time that we can allow individual families, individual persons to add some resilience to their financial situation, I think it's a very positive thing. Our family is, we've got a couple of friends who are women who were divorced after lengthy marriages, and they're struggling financially. And this is a kind of thing that can bridge the gap. And a lot of families are in this situation where if they can rent out, they can bring in some money, they can make up a loss, and they can manage to survive. And I think it's a very good measure, and I thank the gentleman for sponsoring this.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline rise?
Speak to the bill briefly, Mr. President.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I support Senate Bill 1701. And a lot of you know that when my dad was stationed at the Pentagon, I lived in Fairfax County. And one of the first exposures I had to politics was homeowners associations politics, because that's what the neighbors on the street talked about. And let me assure you, I'm not aware of one in Fairfax County that's a bastion of libertarianism and that they don't restrict things. So I think there's more than a safeguard in there with the homeowners associations. They take those things seriously. The first political organizing I ever saw in Fairfax County, even before I met the former senator from Western Fairfax and that young delegate from Fairfax City, even before that, was on these homeowners issues. And I think that you can count on those homeowners associations to do that. The pool passes and things like that, I remember that day very well. You had to buy that early in the year, and it was an expensive pass for that. These aren't things that they're just going to go by easily. This is a serious proposal, and I think that the proposal that it should be even broader is correct, but that's not the proposal before us. I hope it'll be the pleasure of the chamber to pass this bill. Folks might say, why do you care this much about something that's happening that far away? That's what I was asked when we had debate about the transient occupancy tax in other Northern Virginia jurisdiction. Well, I don't pay the the transient occupancy tax in my district. I pay it when I come to Richmond or I go to Northern Virginia. And this is a great thing because it's allowing your constituents in Northern Virginia to open up their homes for those of us that want to come see the nation's capital and give us a little more opportunity. And we still have to pay the transient occupancy tax and everything like that. I think this is a very well-crafted bill, and I appreciate the senator from Alexandria bringing it.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1701? Senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
Very briefly, if no one else wishes to speak.
Senator has the floor.
I just wanted to answer a few things from the senator from Western Fairfax County. It's true that the local government did have had hearings on this, and I just want to explain that their process included a survey of residents. They did have a lot of participants, and on that survey, an overwhelming majority of residents said that they did want this short-term rental option available in the county. They also said, or they asked, would you like to see them for 0 days a year, 30 days, or 60 days a year? They didn't say, would you like to see them for 180 or 365 or 90? That was what they selected, 0, 30, or 60 only. And also, most condos do ban this. I've never lived in a condo that didn't ban it or an apartment that didn't ban this. So I don't think that's a problem with homeowners associations at all. And if there's a problem getting a pool pass, then why did they allow it for 60 days? And the people who have pool passes are, in fact, those types of communities that already ban this type of thing in large measure. The types of guests that stay there, when we have the residents come and testify to the local government committee, included people like veterans, a mom who had a hidden disability who needs this to pay her mortgage. There was even a nun who came. People who need help with their income. There was a full-time student who didn't want to rely on government assistance, just wanted to get a few extra dollars to be able to pay their tuition. So with that, I'm going to sit down. I see that's being waved at me.
Thank you, Senator. Question is, shall Senate Bill 1701 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 26, noes 12.
Ayes 26, noes 12. Senate Bill 1701 passes.
Senate Bill 1703, a bill relating to the Library of Virginia, disposition of official correspondence of the governor.
Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate pass Senate Bill 1703, and speaking briefly to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 1703 is a simple and direct bill that doesn't take very long to read. What it provides is that the correspondence and other records delivered to the Library of Virginia pursuant to this code section shall be cataloged and made accessible to the public within 1 year the day of delivery of such correspondence and records. And so Governor McAuliffe, he left the governor's mansion in January of 2018, and his records and correspondence that would be covered in this are not available yet. But that's not all. Governor McDonnell left in January 2014, and those records aren't available either. And what's even more unacceptable in my mind is that U.S. Senator Tim Kaine, who has now twice been elected to the U.S. Senate and was a vice presidential nominee of the Democratic Party, his records are not all there yet, and he left the governor's mansion in January 2010. So I think this is something that we ought to work on very much, and I hope it'll be the pleasure of the body to pass the bill.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1703? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1703 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. Senate Bill 1703 passes.
Uncontested calendar, House bills on second reading.
Mr. President.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, sir. Having voted on the prevailing side by which we passed Senate Bill 1645 on page 27, I would ask that we reconsider that vote, sir.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the vote by which Senate Bill 1645 passed be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The motion is agreed to. Senator from Northwestern Fairfax, Senator Boysko.
Mr. President, having already explained the bill, I move the bill pass.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose, Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to briefly address the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I didn't address the bill earlier, but one of the concerns I've always had is the kind of training that police officers got versus the kind of training that probation officers got, that police officers got, correctional officers. It's all over the place in terms of how these things are done. And I think taking a good look at this and studying the issue of the use of force is critical. I've been involved in teaching this all my life, all my professional life, and it is a critical piece of training. Some of it's done well, some of it isn't. We need to take a look at this. It's all about the welfare of our citizens who are in vulnerable situations, and I would urge you to support the bill.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall Senate Bill 1645 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 20, noes 20.
Ayes 20, noes 20. The chair votes aye. The bill passes.
Returning to page 25, Senate Bill 1527.
Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator Sturdivant.
Mr. President, I move that the bill pass, and speaking to that bill.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Mr. President, this is a charitable gaming bill that was brought to me by the Charitable Bingo Association. It's a bill that would increase the number of days that bingo can be played from 4 to 7 days at for-profit halls, and then for non-profit halls, and then for for-profit bingo halls, we're raising the number of days bingo can be played from 2 days to 4 days a week. We're increasing the number of games that can be played, and we're allowing these charities to compensate their volunteers.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1527? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1527 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. Senate Bill 1527 passes.
Uncontested calendar, House bills on second reading. House Bill 1953, a bill relating to appeals from founded complaints of child abuse or neglect, concurrent criminal investigations. House Bill 2073, a bill relating to alcoholic beverage control, happy hour advertising.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would now respectfully ask that the Senate stand in recess until 1:25, and if the Senate Republicans would be kind enough to adjourn to the prayer meeting room on recess.
Thank the Senator. Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke, wish to be heard?
Senate Democrats would meet in the conference room in the back.
Thank the Senator. We'll stand in recess until 1:25. Come to order. Senators will please take their seats. Those persons not entitled to the privilege of the floor will please retire to the gallery. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, directing the body's attention to page 32 of the calendar, I'd respectfully move that all of the Senate bills on the second reading on the uncontested calendar, which would include all Senate bills on pages 32 through 42, including Senate Bill 1777 through Senate Bill 1787, be engrossed in advance to the third reading in the block after the adoption of any amendments. Any senator who desires to remove a bill from the block should please do so after the clerk has read the number of that bill.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall all Senate bills on second reading on the uncontested calendar on pages 32 through 42, Senate Bill 1777 through Senate Bill 1787, be engrossed in advance to the third reading in the block after the adoption of the amendments thereto, and that any senator desiring a bill be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will read the number of the bills.
Senate Bill 1777. The committee substitute was rejected by the Senate. The bill was recommitted to the Committee on Rehabilitation and Social Services. It was reported from the Committee on Rehabilitation and Social Services with an amendment that was drafted to the floor substitute. So we need to take up the floor substitute first.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
I'll move the adoption of the floor substitute. And speaking to that, well, waive the reading of the floor substitute.
Thanks, Senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor substitute be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor substitute is waived. Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
The original bill dealt with the use of solitary confinement or restrictive housing, whatever you want to call it, and set down a variety of situations, and that had changed the original bill, and the chairman of Rehab and Social Services asked that we send it back. And when it was back there, the amendment you'll vote on in a second just simply made clear that it did not apply to local jails. It only applies to the state prison system. I would move we adopt the substitute.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the floor substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor substitute is adopted.
Committee amendment.
And I would now move the adoption of the committee amendment to the floor substitute.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted.
That was a very, very, very unusual circumstance. I see all the puzzle looks. Senate Bill 1027, reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor. Senate Bill 1050, reported from the Committee for Courts of Justice. Senate Bill 1178, reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor with amendment.
Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator Sturtevant.
Mr. President, I move the committee amendment be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is agreed to.
Senate Bill 1214, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute.
Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I move that the committee substitute be adopted.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted.
Senate Bill 1222, reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor with a substitute.
Senator from Russell, Senator Chafin.
Mr. President, I move that the committee substitute be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 1240, reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor with a substitute.
Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move the committee substitute.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 1277, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. Senate Bill 1434, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute, and there is a floor amendment.
The junior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the committee substitute be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Mr. President, I move that the reading of the floor amendment be waived.
Question is, shall the reading of the floor amendment be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor amendment is waived. The junior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Mr. President, I move that the floor amendment be adopted, and speaking very briefly to that.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a bill that deals with asking the Board of Education to look at expanding opportunities to use work training, whether it's an apprenticeship, internship, et cetera, as credit towards high school graduation. There were two bills that were similar. One bill was rolled into mine. There was language from the additional bill that at the committee level was included in my bill, but that is language that while the rest of my bill had been worked through with all of the stakeholders, that one line was not. And so this takes that one line out of the substitute. And I ask that it be adopted.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the floor amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted.
And now I move that the bill be engrossed and passed.
It's still in the block. So
no, I don't.
Thank you, Senator.
Senate Bill 1475, reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor with amendments.
Senator from Bass, Senator Deeds.
Mr. President, I move that the committee amendments be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendments are agreed to.
Senate Bill 1510, reported from the Committee on Transportation with amendment.
Senator from Grayson, Senator Carrico.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move the committee amendment.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted.
Senate Bill 1520, reported from the Committee on Transportation with a substitute.
Senator from Grayson, Senator Carrico.
Mr. President, I move the committee substitute.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 1547, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute.
Senator from Fauquier, Senator Vogel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the substitute be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 1567, reported for the Committee on Transportation with a substitute.
Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the committee substitute be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 1575, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute, and there is a floor amendment.
Senator from Alexandria. We got a few standing up. Senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
Move to waive the reading of the substitute.
Adopted. Just agree to the substitute?
Move to agree to the substitute.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Mr. President.
Senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
I move to waive the reading of the floor amendment.
Question is, shall the reading of the floor amendment be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor amendment is waived. Senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
Yes, Mr. President. The floor amendment clarifies the intent of the bill, which is meant not only for career and technical education, but also for dual enrollment. And with that, I move the floor amendment.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the floor amendment be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is agreed to.
$15.96, reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor. Senate Bill 1607, reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor with a substitute.
Senator Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the substitute be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 1611, reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor with a substitute.
Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move this substitute also be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 1626, reported from the Committee for Courts of Justice with amendment.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move that the committee amendment be agreed to.
Don't know what you're voting on, right? Question is, shall the committee amendment be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is agreed to.
Senate Bill 1627, reported from the Committee for Courts of Justice. Senate Bill 1685, reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor with a substitute.
Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the substitute be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 1700, reported from the Committee on Transportation. Senate Bill 1713, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. Senate Bill 1722, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. Senate Bill 1728, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute.
Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I move that the substitute be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 1736, reported from the Committee for Courts of Justice with amendment.
Senator from Alexandria, Senator Evan.
Mr. President, I move the committee amendment be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is agreed to.
Senate Bill 1749, reported from the Committee on Transportation with amendment, and there is a floor substitute.
Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, in order to get to the floor substitute, I move that the committee amendment be agreed to with the recommendation it be rejected.
Thank the Senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the committee amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The committee amendment is rejected. Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we waive the reading of the floor substitute.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor substitute be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor substitute is waived. Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that the floor substitute be agreed to and speaking to the motion.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, the floor substitute picks up the code changes that were encountered in the committee amendment. In addition, Mr. President, there was an enactment clause that we discussed in committee, and apparently we just never made a motion to move it forward that asked the Commonwealth Transportation Board to do one additional evaluation about bridges over the Rappahannock River in between the Northern Neck and Middle Peninsula to give us other options. With that, Mr. President, I move that the amendment be agreed to.
The floor substitute. Floor substitute.
Floor substitute.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the floor substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Floor substitute is adopted.
Senate Bill 1775, reported from the Committee on Transportation with amendments.
Senator from Grayson, Senator Carrico.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move that the amendments be agreed to.
Senator has the... Yes, you are moving. Yes. Question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendments are agreed to.
Senate Bill 1787, reported from the Committee on Transportation.
Question is, shall the Senate bills be engrossed in advance to their third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bills are engrossed in advance to their third reading. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would now respectfully move that all of the Senate bills which are now moving towards the third reading on the calendar, which would include all Senate bills on pages 32 through 42, including Senate Bill 1777 through Senate Bill 1778, that the rules of the Senate be suspended and that the third constitutional reading of the titles be dispensed with.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the
Mr.
rules
President?
be... Senator from Alexandria, Senator Abbott.
With apologies to the patron, could Senate Bill 1027 be removed from the block and passed by for the day?
What page are you
on? Let's see.
30.
1027.
33.
Aren't they going to go through them all? Just to read the numbers?
Without objection, Senate Bill 1027 will be removed from the block and will go by for the day.
Mr. President, Parliamentary
from Western
inquiry.
Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Given that we've advanced these bills to the third reading, would this be the time to take something out of the block, or should we wait till are they going to be read? The numbers of the bills going to be read?
Okay, one second.
We need.
I would respond to the gentleman by
Senator
saying
from James
that
City
we're
County, Senator
placing
Norman.
all of the bills on the uncontested calendar, which are now on the third reading, which previously were the uncontested calendar second reading. We're placing them on the final passage in the block. Madam Clerk will read the number of the bill, and if you would like any of them taken out of the block and passed by for the day, that would be fine, and they would come back tomorrow and be on the third reading.
I thank the gentleman.
All right, good to go. All right. Question is, shall the rules be suspended and the third reading of the titles of the bills be dispensed with? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? All the senators voted. Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The reading of the titles is dispensed with. The bills are now before the Senate on final passage.
And now if you want to take one out of the block, this is the time.
Thank you, Mr. President and Madam Clerk. I am now going to move that all of the Senate bills on the uncontested calendar, which now are on the third reading before the body for final passage, be placed on their final passage in the block, subject to the one exception rule. At this time, as Madam Clerk reads the number, you may withdraw any bill from the block and pass it by for the day. And we already are aware that Senate Bill 1027 on page 33 is removed from the block.
Senate Bill 1777. Senate Bill 1050.
Mr. President?
Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Senate Bill 1777 come out of the block?
Without objection, Senate Bill 1777 will be removed from the block.
Senate Bill 1050. Senate Bill 1178. Senate Bill 1214. Senate Bill 1222. Senate Bill 1240. Senate Bill 1277. Senate Bill 1434. Senate Bill 1475. Senate Bill 1510. Senate Bill 1520.
Mr. President.
Senior Senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
Could Senate Bill 1520 on page 36 come out of the block?
Without objection, Senate Bill 1520 will be removed from the block.
Senate Bill 1547. Senate Bill 1567. Senate Bill 1575. Senate Bill 1596. Senate Bill 1607. Senate Bill 1611. Senate Bill 1626. Senate Bill 1627. Senate Bill 1685. Senate Bill 1700, Senate Bill 1713, Senate Bill 1722, Senate Bill 1728, Senate Bill 1736, Senate Bill 1749, Senate Bill 1775, Senate Bill 1787.
Question is, shall the Senate bills on the uncontested calendar, third reading, pages 32 through 42, Senate Bill 1777 through Senate Bill 1787, be placed upon their final passage in the block with the understanding that any senator desiring a bill to be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The bills are before us in the block. Clerk has just read the number of the bills. Now the question is, shall the bills in the block pass? That is all bills except for Senate Bills 1027, 1777, and 1520. All in favor of the passage of the bills will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The bills in the block pass.
Returning to page 32, Senate Bill 1777.
Senator for Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to express my appreciation for the Department of Corrections and my congratulations on the wonderful progress they've made around this issue of restrictive housing. But let's be clear, restrictive housing is a euphemism, and I think they have a right to call it what they want, but what we're talking about here is solitary confinement. And there are people all over this Commonwealth, people of faith, people who have organized and are communicating with prisoners who feel that there are still that the problems continue to exist with regards to the policies around the use of this restrictive housing. And while we've made great strides here in the Commonwealth and we have a wonderfully run Department of Corrections, my concern in this matter was that, we didn't have enough money to get the kind of data we wanted. This bill has been watered down to a certain extent. The information we will get from it is useful. But what has concerned me is the fact that great progress is not a solution. Great progress is great progress. And a solution needs to be continually examined. We don't have a parole board, a Department of Corrections board any longer to oversee the Department of Corrections. The board's powers have been removed. All they deal with now are local jails and education, as far as I understand. So it is a matter of concern. And in dealing with folks in the administration on this issue, it is as if no problems currently exist. Everything's been solved. And anytime you hear that, it's something to perk your ears up. And so let's take a look. We'll get this data. We'll continue to look into this matter. We've made great progress, and I'm going to vote for this bill. But at the same time, just know that it's about solitary confinement. It is the most serious thing that we can do with people in the Department of Corrections, and that we no longer have a Board of Corrections to provide oversight on these issues. So I would urge the body to vote for the bill, and let's see how it goes. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose does Senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben, rise? What purpose does Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
First, I'd like to thank the patron for allowing the Rehab Committee to come back and hear the bill, as it was a lot different bill by then when we heard it. And if you look at the record, it came out 15-0. And the reason it did is because a lot of times in this chamber, we don't get it all in one bite. And I know where the senator is in his last address of where he'd like to be, but there are times in which restrictive housing or isolation is needed for the safety of others that are housed in that same unit. And I know we don't have that board anymore, but the department, if you look at the floor amendment, shall submit an annual report to the governor, the clerk of the Senate, the clerk of the House of Delegates, Division of Legislative Automated Systems, and the General Assembly's website. And in Social Service and Rehab, we have Department of Corrections, and I fully intend to look at that report to make sure that we do keep an eye on the Department of Corrections. So I appreciate this senior senator from Fairfax allowing us to see the bill, working with us to get what we needed in the bill, and I ask the measure pass.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1777? Senior Senator from Fairfax, would like to make a motion?
Yes, and I would move that 1777 pass.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall Senate Bill 1777 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll. Ayes 40, no 0. Senate Bill 1777 passes.
Returning to page 36, Senate Bill 1520.
Senator from Grayson, Senator Carrico.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move the bill pass, and speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I'd like to thank my former best friend for pulling this out of the block so I could figure out what this does.
Mr. President, would the gentleman yield?
I will yield.
Chesapeake, Senator Yield.
Thank you, Mr. President. I serve on the Transportation Committee, who the patron is the chairman of. I just had a couple of questions, and very brief, and I mean no damage to his bill at all. I would just ask the gentleman that looking at this bill, the technology that's used in this bill is the same as that employed under the photo read process. Is that correct?
Senator has the floor.
That's correct. I will admit to that.
Further question?
If the gentleman would go back into the recesses of his memory, could he tell me if he voted for photo read when I carried that bill in the General Assembly?
Senator has the floor.
I would answer the gentleman it was much like gambling legislation back in the day. It's not a proponent of it.
Further question?
Mr. President, I would just like to say that I was going to say that the gentleman got religion, but after this morning's vote, I'm not so sure. But I hope the bill passes. Thank you.
I thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1520? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1520 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 1.
Ayes 38, noes 1. Senate Bill 1520 passes.
Regular calendar, Senate bills on second reading. Senate Bill 1095, relating to a system for early childhood care and education establishment licensure. Reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute, from the Committee on Finance with a substitute, and there is a floor substitute.
Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. In order to get to the floor substitute, we're going to need to reject both of the committee substitutes. So I would first move that with the recommendation that it be rejected, I move that we support the Committee on Education and Health substitute.
Thank the Senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the committee substitute from the Committee on Education and Health be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The committee substitute is rejected. Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe.
And now with the recommendation that it be rejected, I move that the Committee on Finance substitute be adopted.
Thank the Senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the committee substitute from the Committee on Finance be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The committee substitute is rejected. Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move that we waive the reading of the floor substitute.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor substitute be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor substitute is waived. Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move that the floor substitute be adopted, and I'd like to speak to that.
Thanks, Senator. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the Senate. I would first thank the Senator from Northern Fairfax for working on this issue, and she may want to expand once we've dealt with the floor substitute. But as many of you are aware, there was a fairly significant initiative by the First Lady, which deals with child care, one of her emphasis areas. And under the provisions of that legislation, we were proposing to move a number of responsibilities of the Department of Social Services into the Department of Education. After looking at it, in spite of the good intentions and where we hope to go with that initiative, it appeared that we needed to study and plan for exactly how that was to be accomplished, because it is a rather large undertaking, given that the Department of Social Services has responsibilities for implementing and carrying the Child Development Block Grant, looking after the health, welfare, and safety of all the children in these services, and licensing these agencies. So not to be predisposed one way or another, we decided the best way would be to conduct a study with appropriate stakeholders before we made that move. When the bill came out, the substitute came out of Senate Finance, I did not focus on the fact that we were actually authorizing the movement of the fund, or the Child Care Development Block Grant, from Department of Social Services to the Department of Education. So we felt it appropriate for that decision not to be made until after the study or a plan has been taken care of. So I would move that we adopt the floor substitute.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the floor substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor substitute is adopted. Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe.
Mr. President, I move that we engross and advance the bill to its third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1355, a bill to allow closure of certain coal combustion residuals impoundments. Reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor with a substitute, and there is a floor amendment.
Senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we waive the reading of the floor amendment.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor amendment be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor amendment is waived. Senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the amendment.
Senator has the floor.
In listening to some of the concerns that we had on Friday, I was able to meet with some of the stakeholders and address the concern as it relates to recouping the cost incurred if the utility company is found liable. This provision here would actually allow Dominion, or whatever utility company, to pay for any fee that is not the result of a fine or civil penalty from violations of federal and state laws. I believe this was an issue that we had discussed. And so this makes sure that there is a provision. Although I do not feel that they have violated any federal or state laws, it does put a provision in there that would say if down the line there was some type of infraction, that they would actually be responsible for that.
Thank the Senator. Senior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Wagner.
Yes, Mr. President. I've passed this in front of the concerned parties, and there appears to be no objection. So I would also add my endorsement to this amendment.
Right. Senator, move for adoption? Floor amendment? Senator? All right. Question is, shall the floor amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. Senior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Wagner.
Yes, Mr. President. As I'm sure you all recall, we went over this in grave detail, a whole lot of detail last Friday, so I don't see any reason to expound upon it. Although I would, Mr. President, note under Rule 41 in the Senate of Virginia, if words are spoken in debate that give offense, unfortunately, I was supposed to provide a written complaint the same day it happened, but when my seatmate compared me to a trial lawyer, Mr. President, I spent the weekend in shock trying to recover from that, but realizing that I had to file that same day, I obviously just wanted to express that opinion. So with that, I would move that the bill be endorsed and advanced to its third reading.
The Journal will so note.
Mr. President.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Serville.
Parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, proceed.
On Friday, the senior senator from Virginia Beach had two floor amendments that I don't think we ever adopted. Were they adopted, or are they still out there?
We had three. They were adopted. They're in the calendar.
They were adopted?
They were adopted.
Yeah, it's on the calendar here.
Okay, great. Good to go.
Good. All right. Question is, shall Senate Bill 1355 be engrossed in advance to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed in advance to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1363, a bill relating to the city treasurer. Reported from the Committee on Local Government with amendment, and there is a floor substitute.
Senator from Petersburg, Senator Dance.
Mr. President, with the recommendation that it be rejected, I move that we accept the committee amendment.
Thank the Senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the committee amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The committee amendment is rejected. Senator from Petersburg, Senator Dance.
Mr. President, I request that we waive the reading of the floor substitute.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor substitute be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor substitute is waived. Senator from Petersburg, Senator Dance.
Mr. President, I move that the floor substitute be agreed to. And speaking to the motion.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, members of the body, this substitute is a product of negotiations with stakeholders in the city of Petersburg and represents a compromise that achieves the necessary flexibility for the administration of the duties of the city collector and the city treasurer. And Mr. President, I move that the bill be engrossed and passed to its third reading.
Okay, want to move the floor substitute first?
Yes.
Okay, thank the Senator. The question is, shall the floor substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor substitute is adopted. Senator from Petersburg, Senator Dance.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the bill be engrossed and passed to its third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed in advance to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed in advance to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1005.
Senator from Petersburg, Senator Dance.
I ask that the third constitutional reading be dispensed with so the bill could be passed.
We don't need to do that.
Okay.
Senate Bill 1005, a bill relating to the school calendar, opening day of the school year. Reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute.
Senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that this substitute be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to. Senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading.
Senate Bill 1107, a bill relating to disorderly conduct in public places, school activities. Reported from the Committee for Courts of Justice.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
McClellan.
Oh, 1107. Sorry. Junior Senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be engrossed and passed to its third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1117, a bill relating to uninsured and underinsured motorist insurance policies, bad faith. Reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that the bill be engrossed and passed on to the third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1125, a bill relating to Certificate of Public Need, definition of medical care facility. Reported from the Committee on Education and Health with amendment.
Senior Senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the adoption of the committee amendment.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. Senior Senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask the bill be engrossed and passed on to a third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1154, a bill relating to traffic infractions not encompassed by reckless or improver driving. reported from the Committee on Transportation.
Senator from Loudoun, Senator Black.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1161, a bill relating to health carriers' expedited reviews of adverse coverage determinations, exhaustion of internal reviews, cancer patients, reported for the Committee on Commerce and Labor.
Senator from Mecklenburg, Senator Ruff.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1177, a bill relating to Virginia Health Club Act, automated external defibrillators required in health clubs, reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor.
Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third read.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1197, a bill relating to health insurance pharmacies' freedom of choice, reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor.
Senator from Petersburg, Senator Dance.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the bill be engrossed and passed on to its third reading.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1269, a bill relating to length of school term, waiver for school closings resulting from evacuation, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with an amendment.
Senior Senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
Well, Mr. President, I ask that this very boring bill amendment be adopted.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The Senior Senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask the bill now be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1278, a bill relating to public schools, kindergarten instructional time, reported from the Committee on Education and Health.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move that the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1296, a bill relating to the Potomac River Bridge Towing Compact, reported from the Committee on Transportation with amendment.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move that the committee amendment be adopted.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move that the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1341, a bill relating to hands-free operation of handheld personal communications devices while operating a motor vehicle exceptions, reported from the Committee for Courts of Justice with a substitute.
Senator from King George, Senator Stewart.
Mr. President, I move the substitute be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to. Senator from King George, Senator Stewart.
Mr. President, I move the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1402, a bill relating to health care provider panels, vertically integrated carriers, reimbursements to public hospitals, reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that this very simple bill be engrossed and passed on to third reading.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. It's a close one, but the ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1502, a bill relating to public schools, electives on the Hebrew Scriptures and New Testament, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with amendment.
Senator from Grayson, Senator Carrico.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move the committee amendment.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The Senator from Grayson, Senator Carrico.
Move that the bill be engrossed and passed on to its third reading.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Bills engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1521, a bill relating to handheld photo speed monitoring devices, reported from the Committee on Transportation with amendment.
Senator from Grayson, Senator Carrico.
Move the committee amendment.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is agreed to. Senator from Grayson, Senator Carrico.
Move the bill be engrossed and passed its third reading.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1526, a bill relating to Certificate of Public Need, psychiatric beds and facilities, reported from the Committee on Education and Health.
Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator Sturtevant.
Mr. President, I move that we engross and advance the bill to its third reading.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1535, a bill relating to the Uniform Statewide Building Code, outdoor advertising, reported from the Committee on Transportation with amendments.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell.
Mr. President, move the committee amendments.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendments are adopted. Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell.
Mr. President, I move the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1550, a bill relating to bicyclists and other vulnerable road users, reported from the Committee on Transportation with amendment.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell.
Mr. President, move the committee amendment.
Senator, thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell.
Mr. President, move the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1614, a bill relating to certificates of public need, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with amendments.
Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougall.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that the committee amendments be agreed to.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendments are agreed to. Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougall.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading.
Senate Bill 1674, relating to health insurance, short-term limited duration, health plans, renewal guarantees, reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor with a substitute.
Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move the committee substitute.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves.
With that, Mr. President, I would move that the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading.
Senate Bill 1717, a bill to establish the Commonwealth Care Health Benefits Program Association Health Plan for the Individual Market State Innovation Waiver, reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor.
Senator, who's going to take it? Senator Wagner. Senior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Wagner.
Move engross and advance.
She's back.
Okay, I think we're back. Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
President, and I apologize. I move that we engross and advance this bill to its third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading. Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan. Actually, I think you're okay. You're okay. Sorry. I'm ready. Always ready.
Senate Bill 1718, a bill relating to the standards of quality reading diagnostic test, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute.
Senator from Loudoun, Senator Black.
Mr. President, I ask that the committee substitute be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to. Senator from Loudoun, Senator Black.
I now ask that the bill be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1734, a bill relating to restrictions relating to accident and sickness insurance premium rates, variances in area rating factors, reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor with a substitute, and there is a floor substitute.
Senator from Bath, Senator Deeds.
Mr. President, first I'd like to withdraw the floor substitute.
Without objection, floor substitute is withdrawn.
Then I'd like to move that the committee substitute be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to. Senator from Bath, Senator Deeds.
I move that the bill be engrossed and passed to its third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1764, a bill relating to emergency custody orders, period of custody, reported from the Committee for Courts of Justice.
Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can Senate Bill 1764 please go by for the day?
Without objection, Senate Bill 1764 will go by for the day.
Senate Bill 1768, a bill relating to use of handheld personal communications devices, highway work zones penalty, reported from the Committee for Courts of Justice with a substitute.
Senator from Williamsburg, Senator Mason.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move the committee substitute be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to. Senator from Williamsburg, Senator Mason.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
I thank the Senator. Question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1778, a bill to direct certain health regulatory boards to promulgate certain regulations regarding conversion therapy, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute.
Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I move the substitute be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to. Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I move that the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think that concludes that. Do we have one more bill, or does that conclude? Okay. That concludes that portion of the calendar. After I make this one motion on a bill, I'd like to pause for about 2 minutes. But having voted on the prevailing side by which Senate Bill 1520 on page 36 was passed, I'd ask we reconsider that vote.
Page what? 36. 1520. That's what he said. 1520.
school bus? That was you, Marcy.
Question is, shall the vote by which Senate Bill 1520 passed be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The motion is agreed to. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
I would now respectfully move that Senate Bill 1520 on page 36 pass, sir.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall Senate Bill 1520 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote.
Mr. President?
Senator from Alexandria, Senator Evans.
Would the patron yield for a question?
Will Senator yield?
Mr. President, how about a relative facsimile of the patron?
Oh, good. Okay, a lawyer, even better.
Carrico.
So would the lawyer for the patron help me understand? It says that the commissioner would provide the data about someone who violated the ban on school buses, passing a school bus, their name and address. Is that to the public?
Mr. President, I'd answer the gentleman by saying that on behalf of legal advice, I take the fifth.
Mr. President.
Okay, one at a time, one at a time. Do you want him to answer that question? Senator from Grayson, Senator Carrico.
I would answer the gentleman that it's the commissioner that would release the information to the.
Yield for one more question.
Senator, yield for another question.
And you may want to ask your lawyer. I was just trying to figure out if we release data on other people convicted of traffic violations to the public.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I'd answer the gentleman. This is structured after the red light cameras that we already have in place, and I think my other legal counsel on the other side would like to answer that question, and there's a $1,000 fine associated if it's improperly released.
Mr. President,
Senator from Ambassador Deeds rise.
If I could just supplement the answer, I would.
Senator has the floor.
This bill is not designed to introduce new technology to Virginia. The technology already exists. This is simply to allow localities to collect to provide the information to third-party vendors so they can collect on the fines.
Thanks, Senator.
Move the bill pass.
Thanks, Senator. The question is, shall Senate Bill 1520 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 2.
Ayes 38, noes 2. Senate Bill 1520 passes.
Mr. President.
Okay, where are you? Where are you? I don't. Okay. All right, buzzer. Junior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator D-Step.
As you were.
Okay, thank you.
If we could just pause for about a minute, please, sir.
Sure. Senator will be at ease.
Like 2 years in a row. You know, towing that, he cried like 2 years in a row. It's like, dude, if you don't do local community theater, you should, because you're good at it.
It's okay to do that to local government. Are we doing another towing bill? You voted for it, right? Yeah. Please don't tell me it's more like jurisdiction. It just makes it as for the hookup fee in the jurisdictions have to charge the towing fee. Well, everywhere somewhere else. Fairfax City. Last time she called staff.
ahead, it seems. We have a huge docket tomorrow if we don't, so we might as well keep going. It's true. I'm thinking,
That thought occurred to me too. Okay, all right. We got a plan.
I didn't realize that they didn't have the amendments up for it, so that made that a
I thought, this is weird. There's no red marks on my calendar.
that's why. Well, I mean,
Eats. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, if I could interrupt your conviviality just for a moment in an effort to try to the senior senator from Fairfax would, if the senior senator from Fairfax would cut me a break, I'll see if we can get us out of here. If I could have your attention just a moment, in an effort to try to lighten what I anticipate could be a pretty significant load tomorrow, what I would like to do is go ahead and take all the Senate bills on the first reading, and as we customarily do, advance them to the second reading, and we will deal with those tomorrow. But the unusual thing that I would like to do is go back to all of the Senate bills on this, which were on the second reading on the regular calendar, which would now find themselves on the third reading, and see if we can perhaps plow through a couple of those to get them off of the calendar tomorrow. I certainly would not want to chill any of the oratorial eloquence that I know would like to be shared, but you might at least keep in mind as we're addressing some of these bills that brevity may help us move along a little faster. So with that, Mr. President, thank you for that announcement. I would respectfully move that all of the Senate bills on the first reading on both the uncontested and regular calendar, which would include all Senate bills on pages 55 through 78, including Senate Bill 1067 through Senate Bill 1763, that the rules of the Senate be suspended and that the first constitutional reading of the titles be dispensed with.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the first reading of the titles of Senate bills on the uncontested and regular calendars, pages 55 through 78, Senate Bill 1067 through Senate Bill 1763, be dispensed with? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The reading of the titles is dispensed with. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, sir. I would now respectfully move that all of those bills be passed by for the day, and they will be addressed tomorrow when we have the amendments that will be considered. We cannot move them any further today because we do not have the proposed amendments available for consideration of the body. So I would move it. All those bills be passed by for the day, sir.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate bills on the uncontested and regular calendars now on second reading be passed by for the day? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bills will go by for the day.
On page 79, uncontested calendar, Senate joint resolutions on first reading.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to orient the Senate, we are now on page 43, starting with Senate
79.
79.
I was pretty close. Oh, I was going back to another place. Hold on. Thank you, Mr. President. I would now move that all of the Senate joint resolutions on the first reading on the uncontested calendar on pages 79 through 81, including Senate Joint Resolution 254 through Senate Resolution 297, that the rules of the Senate be suspended and the first constitutional reading of the titles be dispensed with.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the first reading of the titles of the Senate joint resolutions on the uncontested and regular calendars, pages 79 through 81, Senate Joint Resolution 254 through Senate Joint Resolution 297 be waived? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The reading of the titles is waived. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would now ask that all of the Senate joint resolutions be passed by for the day, sir.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate joint resolutions on the uncontested and regular calendars now on second reading be passed by for the day? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolutions will go by for the day.
Returning to page 43.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will take up the Senate bills on the regular calendar, which find themselves on the third reading, which would begin on page 43 and aspirationally go through page 54. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Ready to begin?
I'm ready.
Okay.
Senate Bill 1095, relating to a system for early childhood care and education establishment licensure.
Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe.
Mr. President, I move we suspend the rules and dispense with the third constitutional reading.
I read it. Pass.
And I move it pass.
Same day. You're right. You're right. The same day.
Same day. Handed me that. They told us to do that.
Don't do it.
You are correct, Senator Howell.
Oh, thank you.
Mr. President.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Mr. President, I respectfully move that the rules of the Senate be suspended and that the third constitutional reading of the titles be dispensed with on those bills which we now find on the third reading regular calendar.
Senator, what you do for all of the bills?
You'll figure it out.
Do it for all of them? You do them all at once?
What the hell was it? That ain't that easy.
All right. The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the third reading of the titles of the bills be dispensed with? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The reading of the titles is dispensed with. The bills are now before the Senate on final passage. Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill pass. And speaking briefly to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
This bill originated with the Early Childhood Foundation, the Chamber of Commerce, and the First Lady, Pam Northam. A lot of work had gone into that, but throughout it's been felt that perhaps it was too aggressive and too quick a schedule to pass this year. So what the bill does now is basically a work group study to look at the issues that confront us with early childhood education. And with that, I move it pass.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1095? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1095 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 2, Rule 36-1.
Ayes 37, noes 2, Rule 36-1. Senate Bill 1095 passes.
Senate Bill 1355.
Senior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Wagner.
Mr. President, I ask that the third constitutional reading be waived.
So we've done that for all
we got it
bills.
for all of them.
Okay,
I apologize. Then I move the bill pass. And speaking to that measure,
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, we went through this bill on Friday at length. I'll just close by saying that what this bill represents is, first of all, several chief co-patrons on the bill. And I want to thank them for all their hard work and everybody involved in this process. But what this bill does is finally provide permanent closure of our coal ash issues from 3 legacy coal ash or coal-fired power plants that are no longer in operation, and a permanent solution for the one that is in operation. And so with that explanation, I renew my motion to bill pass.
Mr. President.
Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before there's a robust debate about this, since this has moved pretty quickly with multiple amendments in 2 different days, I'd suggest that we pass it by for the day and consider it tomorrow. And that would be my motion.
Any objection? Without objection, Senate Bill 1355 will go by for the day.
Senate Bill 1363.
Senator from Petersburg, Senator Dance.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the bill pass.
Senator has the floor.
Previously mentioned, this is a charter bill that comes from the city of Petersburg, and they have reached total agreement on the amendment in nature of a substitute that was passed previously, and I ask the bill pass.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose does the junior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator D. Steph, rise?
Mr. President, speaking in opposition to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, when this first came up, I had a little bit of an issue with it. Now I have a little bit more of an issue with it. And with the nature of the substitute that's currently on the floor that we've adopted, we've now taken the duties from the treasurer, and if they don't hire or assign a tax collector to it, they assign that to the city manager. So you have a treasurer who's elected, you have a city manager who's appointed by the council and elected, and you have a city manager now reporting to the treasurer for those duties. And the treasurer collects the money, the city manager spends the money. I just think that this is kind of mixing up the powers a little too much. So, Mr. President, that's why I'm going to be voting no on this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard? Senator from Petersburg, Senator Dance.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think that my colleague, if he understands that he is totally wrong on what he thinks is happening to this small amendment in nature of a substitute, it does everything that he would want it to do. It does not split up things. Actually, there were 3 other sections that would have addressed the treasurer's duties, and those sections have been removed because the work that was done, 4.5 hours on this particular amendment, was the result of the work of the former president of the Treasurers Association from Wythe County, where Senator Carrico resides. The second, and she's a certified accountant, as well as the treasurer, as well as the treasurer and certified accountant from the county of Dinwiddie. They spent 4.5 hours working with the administration, their fiscal department, and they carved back out those duties that would have been the treasurer's. That's why this is only dealing with the city collector. The history shows that they had a city collector. They put these duties under the treasurer, these extra duties, and now they're just carved out those collectors' duties, and that's the work of the whole group working together. It does not diminish the work of the treasurer. In fact, all of that has been removed from this. It only deals with one section instead of the 4 sections. 3 sections, 3.13, 15, and 16, that was the treasurer's duties, have been removed. That is still as it was in the charter, and all of the treasurers who are the experts in this area, this is what they recommended, and I brought it forward today at their recommendations, at the concurrence of the council and the staff. This is and the seated treasurer. They're all in agreement with what we have here. The senator was not there when I presented the other one, and that's why today, and he might have had concerns about that one. This one should give him what he desires, because it's just that simple. It's the collector, and clearly defined as a collector. And again, I ask that the bill pass.
Thank you, Senator. What purpose is the junior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator D. Steph rise?
Mr. President, and the good lady from Petersburg, I just must say on line 14, it says the city manager may serve as a collector of city taxes, period. If the city council does not appoint a collector of city taxes, the duties, powers prescribed in the collector of city taxes shall be administered by the treasurer as provided by state law. So the city manager then, under those duties, where he is the collector of city taxes, comes under the treasurer for those duties. That's why I read this. I may be reading it wrong, but that's how it reads in plain English. Thank you very much.
Mr. President?
Senator from Petersburg, Senator Dance.
I would say that he's clearly reading it wrong, because that's what the treasurer says, that the May is saying that city council appoints the tax collector. And if the gentleman remembers that when we were in committee, the staffers said that they did not have to really do anything. They could proceed to do everything that was on the original bill that was presented. But there was a question of the shall or the may. Shall the city manager have the responsibility or may, which then allowed not only the city manager to be appointed, it could all be sent back to the treasurer. They were in agreements with that. They could appoint somebody else, but it gave the city council the flexibility of the may instead of the shall. And that is all this bill does, this amendment does, is to go to that section and change shall to may. The rest of it is intact as a city collector, which is a part of their charter that has been there forever and a day. And the treasurer's role is as it has been in the charter from the beginning. That role was mixed. It has been separated back, that we're only dealing with the city collector, and that's a may instead of a shall.
What purpose, Junior Senator from Virginia Beach? Senator
Mr. President, I'll not do this again, I promise. On line 14, it says the city manager may serve as a collector of city taxes. I don't believe the city manager should ever serve as a collector of city taxes. I believe it's bad policy. That's why I will be voting against this bill.
question is, shall Senate Bill 1363 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 34, noes 5.
Ayes 34, noes 5. Senate Bill 1363 passes.
Senate Bill 1005.
Senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that Senate Bill 105 pass. And speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, under the substitute, every school division will be able to open at least 14 days or 2 weeks before Labor Day. There are approximately 50 school divisions that open after Labor Day for the current school year, and this allows nearly 2 additional weeks of instruction time before the Labor Day holiday, not previously available to school divisions that have not received a waiver. All school divisions that currently have a waiver for weather and which open this year more than 2 weeks before Labor Day will continue to be able to do so, setting the opening date as they select. This substitute continues to exempt schools that are operated on a year-round calendar. These school divisions that now may open 2 weeks before the Labor Day holiday will be closed on the Friday before Labor Day, providing a 4-day weekend holiday. However, schools that previously opened more than 2 weeks before Labor Day do not have to close on the Friday preceding Labor Day. I'm almost done. With nearly 2 weeks of additional instruction time before Labor Day, the substitute will meet the objective of enabling school divisions to complete the first semester of instruction before the Christmas holidays, including schools using a block schedule, which was a big issue that we had in our committee meeting. And some of the high schools in Virginia Beach use a block schedule and complete the first semester before the winter holiday, even after starting after Labor Day. The bottom line is this, Mr. President, is that this substitute ensures that no school division that currently has a waiver will be precluded from opening when they did in 2018. However, non-waiver school divisions will now be able to open 2 weeks sooner, and this is a substantial concession by the state's tourism industry. Thank you, Mr. President. With that, I move the bill pass.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1005? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1005 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 26, noes 14.
Ayes 26, noes 14. Senate Bill 1005 passes.
Senate Bill 1107.
Junior Senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that Senate Bill 1107 pass. And speaking to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you. Senate Bill 1107 eliminates the misdemeanor of disorderly conduct at a school or school-based activity, which is defined as behavior that prevents or interferes with the orderly conduct of any school operation or activity. It keeps the disorderly conduct provision that deals with behavior in a public place that could lead to incite violence. And there are other statutes that deal with more serious behavior. But part of the problem with this statute is its vagueness. And what it has led to is Virginia to be one of the leader in the nation of referring kids to law enforcement in many cases, and these are actual examples, kids who were referred to law enforcement, charged and given an attorney for singing a rap song on a school bus, for running down the hallway, for swearing at a teacher, for cutting it in line, a student with autism who was flailing and because he couldn't handle a schedule change and was put in handcuffs and resisted. And so this bill takes the criminal penalty away from behaviors that really need to be handled through the disciplinary process. And I renew my motion.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1107? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1107 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 2.
Ayes 38, noes 2. Senate Bill 1107 passes.
Senate Bill 1117.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
I move the bill pass. Speak to the motion.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, Senate Bill 1117 is the bad faith bill, which takes our existing bad faith laws and extends them to what we call the UM or UIM, which is the uninsured and underinsured motorist situation. Let me talk a little bit about it. It would be the type of situation where you're in an accident and the other side is not insured. And so you go to court, or you have to go to court because your medical bills are not getting covered, even though the amount of coverage that you had would cover it. So say, for example, you have $100,000 in coverage, you have $200,000 in medical bills, the coverage is not put up, the limits are not posted, so you have to hire an attorney, very expensive attorney like my colleague, Senator Surville, for example. You got to go to court, you have litigation costs, and as a result, you have to go to additional expense, substantial expense. This bill would basically give an incentive to insurance companies to settle up front, to post the limits up front. Once they post the limits, they're good. So, I tried to think of a way I could synopsize this pro-consumer little guy bill and just say, even a caveman knows that this is a good idea. So please put a green on this and fight for the little man. It's a pro-consumer bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose is Senator from Eastern Fairfax? Senator Surville rise.
Speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill solves a real problem. Right now, under existing Virginia law, if you're hit by somebody and they don't have any insurance or they don't have nearly enough insurance, you have to look to your own insurance policy to cover your injuries. And right now on Virginia law, if your insurance company stretches it out, there's no issue about whether or not they were wrong when they hit you. There's no issue about whether or not you were injured. Your insurance company can just string it out, take it up till the day before trial, and write you a check right then on the very last day after you've already hired experts, paid money for experts, done depositions, waited 3 years, and you can't do anything about it. If somebody else's insurance company, if the person who hits you, if they have insurance that treats you like that, you can sue them for bad faith if they treat you like that. But if your own insurance company does it to you, right now under Virginia law, you have no remedy for how your insurance company treats you. It's not the case in most other states, but it's the case in this state. And this statute brings this thing back into balance so these companies can't string out their own customers anymore. It's a problem that desperately needs to be fixed. I'm glad to see we're finally fixing it.
Thanks, Senator. For what purpose is Senator from James City County? Senator Norman rise.
Mr. President, I would ask if the gentleman from Fairfax City would yield for a question, please.
Will the Senator yield?
Gladly.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
Yes, sir.
Mr. President, I would ask the gentleman, as I am reading the proposed changed language in the bill, how is the determination made whether or not it is a bad faith act as opposed to a good faith disagreement?
Senator has the floor.
Well, I would tell the gentleman that's existing language in the code that we already have for bad faith laws, and we select people called circuit court judges and give them discretion to make these types of calls. And I think you would look to circumstances such as what are the medical bills, what are the coverage limits, is liability disputed? If liability is not disputed, then I think right away we've got a type of situation where if they will not post the limits and the damages are in excess of the limits, that would be the type of the criteria a trial court could look at. If liability is disputed in good faith, then this statute would probably not apply. But again, I think circuit court judges can make these decisions because they already do.
Thanks, the gentleman. Mr. President, if he'd yield for another question, please.
Senator yield.
Yes, please.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
On line 59, it talks about refuses a reasonable settlement. Do I understand you to say that that would be a determination made by the presiding circuit court judge?
Senator, yes. The floor.
I was about to say yes, Your Honor, but I would say yes to my colleague.
Well, thank you. I am very honorable, and I appreciate you recognizing that.
Thanks, Senator. For what purpose is the junior senator from Virginia Beach? Senator D. Steph rise.
Mr. President, hopefully this is the last time I stand up today. I normally don't pop up more than once in a meeting here. But, Mr. President, the problem I have with this is we complain about the cost of insurance going up and up and up. And when they put this in place in Florida, the cost of insurance went up 188%. Now, let me tell you, Mr. President, why it went up 180%. If I was underwriting the insurance policy, this right here, there'd be no way I would be able to price something like this into an insurance policy, because what it does is it goes above the policy limits when they found that there's an issue. And in Virginia, last year, we had 2 complaints on this. Both of them were determined to be unwarranted. And Mr. President, I just think this is another one that we keep complaining about the price of insurance going up, and these are the reasons why. So with that, I hope we vote against this bill.
Thank the Senator. Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Very quickly in rebuttal, and I'll just be a second. First of all, if there was only 2 complaints, I don't think the impact of this bill is going to be as great as my colleague thinks. Secondly, I think that the language shows that it's a pretty unusual situation when this would apply. And again, I believe a circuit court judge can make this determination. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Question is, shall Senate Bill 1117 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 25, noes 15.
Ayes 25, noes 15. Senate Bill 1117 passes.
Senate Bill 1125.
Senior Senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
Thank you, Mr. President. With apologies to the body, I'd ask this goodbye for the day.
Without objection, Senate Bill 1125 will go by for the day.
Bill 1154.
Senator from Loudoun, Senator Black.
Mr. President, I move passage of the bill and speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, presently we have a little bit of an odd situation on reckless driving, where if you have a very minor traffic offense, but someone is inattentive in what they do, the deputy or police officer is required to charge reckless driving and then go to court, and when they tell the judge that this was just a very minor fender bender and a very minor degree of culpability, then the case can be reduced down to improper driving. As a result of this, what it does is it clogs up the courts unnecessarily. It diverts deputies from other duties, and as a consequence, there have been a number of counties that have simply enacted ordinances that provide for a lesser included offense to reckless driving. Now, we asked an opinion of the Attorney General, who said that violates the Dillon rule, and as a consequence, we've worked to do something which does comply with the Dillon rule, and we have Senate Bill 1154, which provides 2 minor offenses which can be charged on the scene and prepaid, but they do add points to the license, which was very important to the Commonwealth's attorneys. So at this point, I think we have peace in the valley with the Commonwealth's attorneys and the sheriffs, and I ask that you pass the bill.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1154? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1154 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 33, noes 7.
Ayes 33, noes 7. Senate Bill 1154 passes.
Mr. President.
Excuse me, Mr. President.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
President, if we could take a very brief recess until about 3:21, that would be nice, sir.
Thank you, Senator. The Senate will stand in recess until 3:21. Senate will come to order. Senators will please take their seats.
Senate Bill 1161.
Senator from Mecklenburg, Senator Ruff.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill pass. Speaking to that motion.
Senator, you have the floor.
This legislation is to address the time frame when a doctor believes it is proper to follow up, getting additional information from and further tests and from an insurance company's approval of those tests. It deals only with cancer issues to determine how aggressive the cancer is advancing. It allows for faster action when the medical provider determines the cancer to be the nature that would endanger the patient's life. I renew my motion.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard about Senate Bill 1161? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1161 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, noes 0. Senate Bill 1161 passes.
Senate Bill 1177.
Senator from Prince William, Senator McPike.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill pass and speaking to the motion.
Thank the Senator. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 1177 is a similar bill that this chamber passed last year. It requires the placement of automatic external defibrillator devices in health clubs. As you may be aware, actually the cardiac arrest events are 20% more likely while in vigorous exercises. This bill seeks to help to provide those placement of life-saving AEDs in those health clubs. Last year, you may have recall the initial discussion with the International Health and Racquet Club and Sport Association. The concern was primarily in relation to liability of their employer taking action. We reviewed that language, and Virginia has a very strong Good Samaritan law helping to cover that way there's no employer-employee connection in terms of relationship of required medical assistance with this. You might imagine that the AD itself, the studies with AED and survival rates are tremendous. They're incredible. Not only do they provide electrical shock, but they also, now the technology, they verbally step by step what a person has to do. So you actually don't need to be CPR trained. While it is preferred, the vocals as well as the cadence that the AED provides much what the medical community has been studying more recently in terms of high-performance CPR, in terms of the rhythm and count and pace of compression that one needs to do, in addition to how to stop as well as deliver a shock. So with that, Mr. President, that is the bill. This is an important life-saving measure, and appreciate the body's passage of the measure.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1177? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1177 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 30, noes 10.
Ayes 30, noes 10. Senate Bill 1177 passes.
Mr. President, over here.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenstein.
Having voted on the prevailing side by which we passed Senate Bill 1161 on page 47, I move that we reconsider that vote.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the vote by which Senate Bill 1161 passed be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The motion is agreed to. Senator from Mecklenburg, Senator Ruff.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having previously been described, I move the bill pass.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall Senate Bill 1161 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. Senate Bill 1161 passes.
Mr. President.
Senator from Prince William, Senator McPike.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having voted on the prevailing side of which we passed Senate Bill 1154, I move that we reconsider that vote. so that all may correct their votes.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the vote by which the Bill 1154 pass be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 36, noes 2.
Ayes 36, noes 2. The motion is agreed to. Senator from Loudoun, Senator Black.
Mr. President, the bill having been explained, I move passage.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall Senate Bill 1154 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 32, noes 8.
Ayes 32, noes 8. Senate Bill 1154 passes.
Senate Bill 1197.
Senator from Petersburg, Senator Dance.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the bill pass. And speaking to the bill,
Senator has the floor.
Senate Bill 1197 comes at the request of the State Corporation Commission Bureau of Insurance. The bill amends the Pharmacy Freedom of Choice section of the Code of Virginia. This code section gives an individual the right to select a pharmacy of his choice to receive his health insurance prescription benefits, including a pharmacy that does not participate in the insurer's network, if the pharmacy agrees to accept reimbursement at the in-network rate. The Bureau of Insurance realized that insurance companies offering exclusive provider organization policies were not subject to the pharmacy freedom of choice provisions and believes that the failure to include the exclusive provider policies was an oversight when the pharmacy freedom of choice provisions were enacted. This bill will correct that oversight and make the pharmacy freedom of choice provisions applicable to all managed care products and allow for even greater freedom for consumers to choose their pharmacy provider. Again, I move that the bill pass.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1197? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1197 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. Senate Bill 1197 passes.
Senate Bill 1278. 1269.
Senior Senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I move the bill pass. And speaking to the bill.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 1269 will require the Board of Education to issue a waiver of up to 5 days for any schools that had to close due to a mandatory evacuation called for by the governor. Basically, we had that this year for the first time. The governor was right to take those precautions, but the schools had no say whatsoever on whether they were going to be able to stay open or not. The mandatory evacuation zones were Zone A. However, many teachers and many students and bus drivers that may live in Zone A, but the schools in Zone B, all the schools had to be closed. So basically what this does is give an automatic waiver for up to 5 days. The school systems will still have to meet all the SOQ and SOL requirements. And I ask the bill pass.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1269? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1269 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 36, noes 4.
Ayes 36, noes 4. Senate Bill 1269 passes.
Senate Bill 1278.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill pass. And speaking to the bill,
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, this bill would provide full-day kindergarten for all kindergarten students across the Commonwealth and the public school system. It's an issue we've been dealing with for a number of years. When I was first elected, and this is my 12th year here, we faced a situation where there were about a dozen school systems that did not provide full-day kindergarten for all their students. there is tremendous advantage and research that has shown outstanding benefits for participating in full-day kindergarten rather than half-day kindergarten. Students that are in full-day kindergarten do better academically while they are during that kindergarten year, which makes them much better prepared for first grade, which is critical for their long-term success. They do better socially. They do better in terms of interacting with adults, such as their teachers and others in the classroom. But more importantly, this is a lasting benefit. There have been studies done of students in 8th grade that showed that those students who were in full-day kindergarten did substantially better than those students who were in half-day kindergarten. It's something that we need to make available to all our students, and we've been making progress over the last decade or so, and finally are down to only 2 school systems that still don't have full-day kindergarten for all their students. Both of those school systems have made tremendous strides in recent years, going from basically they have been 25 and 30% of their students in full-day kindergarten. One is now over 75%, the other is over 60%, and they can readily move forward within the time period that's set out in this bill, which is over the next 3 years, to get those last 2 school systems to full-day kindergarten for all their students. I hope it'd be the pleasure of the body to pass this measure.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose, Senator from Roanoke County? Senator Suderline rise.
Mr. President, would the senator from Southern Fairfax yield for a question?
Will Senator yield?
Certainly, I will. I'll be happy to yield.
You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'd like to ask the senator from Southern Fairfax, is the Commonwealth's amount in the average daily membership funds that we send to those school divisions affected by this at all, or are they already receiving the same full ADM that my jurisdictions are, but Loudoun County and Virginia Beach are not able to provide full-day kindergarten?
Mr. Chair, Mr. President, response to the question here, they are already receiving the full amount as if they had full-day kindergarten for those students. So there is no additional cost to the Commonwealth, and we actually paying them for doing full-day kindergarten when they are not. For the last 2 school systems that we need to get on board. Loudoun County actually this year, for the first time ever, has full-day kindergarten for all their students. They were less than 10% just about 4 years ago, and they've made rapid strides and finally hit 100% this year. But there are two school divisions that continue to have that. And just as you said, your school divisions are providing full-day kindergarten, and they're getting the same amount that your school divisions are.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the answer.
Thanks, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1278? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1278 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 34, noes 6.
Ayes 34, noes 6. Senate Bill 1278 passes.
Mr. President.
Junior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator D-Staff.
Voting on the prevailing side in what we just passed, 1276. Can we please reconsider that vote? Thank you.
What page are you on? 1278. Okay, all right. Question is, shall the vote by which Senate Bill 1278 passed be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The motion is agreed to. Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, having been previously explained, I move that the bill pass.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall Senate Bill 1278 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk close the roll.
Ayes 30, noes 10.
Ayes 30, noes 10. Senate Bill 1278 passes.
Senate Bill 1296.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move that the bill pass, and speaking to the bill.
Senator, has the floor.
This is a very simple, straightforward bill. There's a towing compact that we have for bridges that cross the Potomac River between Virginia and either the District of Columbia or Maryland. and has been negotiated among the 3 jurisdictions. What this does is just add 4 bridges to that compact.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard about Senate Bill 1296? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1296 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. Senate Bill 1296 passes.
Mr. President.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I'd ask that Senate Bill 1341 go by for the day.
Without objection, Senate Bill 1341 will go by for the day.
Senate Bill 1402.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Okay, Senator from Accomack.
I'd ask that bill go by for the day, please.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I think we have an objection.
Do you have an objection?
Yes, you do have an objection.
Okay. Senator from Northern Chesapeake.
Objection.
So it can't go by for the day. Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this is Senate Bill 1402. This bill has elicited more than a little bit of interest in the lobbyist community. I think you can imagine the 7th Cavalry flying in Apocalypse Now, coming in the helicopters. That, I think, is like the lobbyists coming in to lobby against this bill. But let me tell you a little bit about it, because I think some of the effects have been exaggerated. But let me tell you exactly what it does. There are 2 things that we have been trying to do in the healthcare space for the last few years. One is expand healthcare coverage. The second thing is use market competition to drive down price. And I believe that this bill is consistent with both of those. This is the vertically integrated carrier bill, where you look at those hospitals that have chosen to set up their own managed care plan. In other words, they are both a hospital, a large nonprofit hospital, and also a managed care plan. This bill simply says that if you have a managed care plan, so you have that monopolistic situation, you have to also offer those services to the public hospitals that are within your jurisdiction. And if you look at the language, which is on page 152 through 160, I think you'll see this is pretty narrowly drawn. It talks about each vertically integrated carrier shall offer participation to each provider panel or network established within the public hospital for the policies, products, and plans. It says, keep in mind these words, shall offer participation. And then the conditions to that are, and that would be without any adverse tiering or other financial incentives. In other words, the fact that you are offering services means you cannot discriminate against those public hospitals within the coverage area. So I think this really comes down to, do we believe in market competition? If we do have a hospital that has a conflict of interest because they have a managed care plan, which could be steering patients to their own hospital system and not recognizing the smaller community hospitals, is that correct? I don't think it is. I think we need to have market competition. I think we need to have market fairness. And, Mr. President, what I'd like to do is really defer to my colleague from Northern Chesapeake, who I know would like to speak on this bill.
Thanks, Senator. Senator from Northern Chesapeake, Senator Spruill.
Mr. President, speaks on the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President and members, I want you to see what we're talking about here. We're talking about a standalone hospital in Tidewater. When I mean Tidewater, I'm not including Riverside. This hospital was created by the citizens selling candy, popcorn in 1962, 63. And we got the approval from the state operated hospital in 1966. Opened our doors for the first time in 1976. And we are trying to grow. But now here come the big giant, Centura. Centura is a good hospital. I recall about 2 years ago, I had a pain in my back. I live a mile and a half from Chesapeake that I'm talking about, but I drove myself to Centura. You can have a heart attack, you go to Centura. And it's a very good hospital, but they want to remain the only hospital in town. Chesapeake is trying to grow. We're talking about a hospital by itself. And we're looking at Centura, everything in the Hampton Roads. They're taking over. They are in Virginia Beach, Norfolk. They are trying to surround Chesapeake. They are in Suffolk. They are in Hampton, Williamsburg, and Yorktown. So the question is why they don't want to have this hospital grow. And the Chesapeake is a fine hospital, but we have not gotten there yet. Also, we applied for COPN bill to operate in the heart as a heart hospital, and we got Duke who wanted to come in to help this hospital, and it was approved by the committee. But guess what? The big giant, Centura, somehow got it, and they were turned down. Now, Mr. President, I want you to know, Governor, that the problem we have now is all the lobbies. We got 20-some lobbies against 3. And I was sick and tired of the lobbies keep logging me, want to talk to me about this. My thing is this, the hospital is a great hospital, and we seem to think that this standalone hospital in Chesapeake, we wanted to grow. Because the way we come about, that hospital was not approved by the big giants and no big money. It was approved by the citizens themselves. We did this, and we are trying to grow, and every time that we are trying to do something different to make the hospital better, here comes Centura, knocks it down, because Centura got the big lobbies, and they got the big people in Richmond, what have you. So I'm saying, look at what we're trying to do, that we have a good hospital. But the main thing is this, Centura owns Optima Insurance, or vice versa. So the question is this, so we have all that they own. So we have all these folks in the Hampton Road that has Optima, but guess what? But you got to patronize a Centura hospital. What happened to all the folks who has Optima say, I want to go to Chesapeake Hospital with their doctor? With that plan, you can't do it. So how much do Centura want? You got the whole state just about. You got your own hospital plan. So if I want to go to Norfolk General, if my doctor wants to treat me in Norfolk General, if I don't have that plan, guess what? You're in problem. You have a big problem. So what we are trying to do in Chesapeake, we are trying to survive. And Brother Stanley, I can recall last year, you were like Isaiah 38. I recalled when in 38, when Isaiah was told to go to Hezekiah, he was going to die, to get his house in order. I remember that. And you cried to us about your hospital, that small hospital, and we turned it down, but you brought it back. And somehow God touched our hearts, and we approved that thing. So I'm saying to y'all is this. We have a small hospital in Chesapeake that we are trying to go and make it better. We cannot compete with the giant hospital. But why we can't compete? Because you got the big lobbyists up here. I've talked to everybody in this room. And I asked most of the people on this side of why? Because they say you don't need it. Of course the lobby is going to say that. They're working for the giant. I'm asking y'all this. Let this hospital grow. Let's stop the lobbyists, and let's stop Centura, keep small hospitals like Chesapeake, like Riverside, like Brother Stanley Hospital, keep it from growing. Ask y'all to please, one time, speak what's right in your heart and not listen to the lobbyists. Thank you.
Mr. President. Mr. President.
Oh, Senator from Academic. Senator
The
Lewis.
gentleman from Fairfax yield for a question.
Will Senator yield?
I yield.
Senator Yields, you have the floor.
I would ask the gentleman, Mr. President, if this bill does not specifically exclude a large integrated health system in Northern Virginia and one in Richmond.
Senator has the floor.
I believe it's written with neutral terms. I don't know who's included or not. I know that obviously it includes the situation in Chesapeake. My understanding is it also includes the situation in Lynchburg. But in terms of the vertically integrated carrier as defined here, which is a health plan that's owned by a hospital, I don't believe a Northern Virginia hospital chain would apply.
And further question, Mr. President.
Further question, Senator Yield?
I further ask,
yes,
gentlemen,
sir,
if the integrated health system in Hampton Roads entered into an agreement just a few weeks ago with a 4-year contract just a few weeks ago with the hospital in Chesapeake.
Senator has the floor.
I understand that is the case.
That's all the questions, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator. What purpose is the senator from Southern Fairfax? Senator Barker rise.
Mr. President, speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I believe that this bill addresses a significant issue and something that we need to deal with in the Commonwealth, but I think we need to do it more broadly than what this bill does. There are issues related to the integrated health systems, where a health system has both hospital services and some other types of deliveries and providing other services, but also has an insurance plan and making sure that it operates in a way that is fair to all the participants. The issue that I see with this particular bill is this basically targets one specific hospital, since it is the only, Chesapeake General Hospital is the only publicly owned general short-term acute care locally owned hospital in Virginia, and would address only that issue and not address the issues that arise from the vertically integrated plans that operate not only in Hampton Roads but in Northern Virginia and the Richmond area and a little bit in other parts of the Commonwealth. And would not address the issues as they relate to the other hospital systems that are not owners of health plans, and the small number of existing other hospitals that are just local private not-for-profit hospitals and are not public hospitals, but are impacted just the same way that Chesapeake is. I would hope that we would move forward in a way that allows us not to pass this thing and have it be so limiting in effect, particularly since, as was noted by the senator from Accomack with his question to the senator from Fairfax City, that there's a 4-year contract that's been signed between Optima and Chesapeake General. We have time to do it, to get it right, and to have it broadly apply across the Commonwealth and be fair to all hospitals and all health systems and all insurance plans that operate in Virginia. That, I think, is a better course of action for us to take at this time. So I'd hope, with some regret, I recommend that we deny this application. So.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose is Senator from Franklin County? Senator Stanley rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speak to the bill just for a second.
Thanks, Senator. You have the floor.
I just want to make sure that the body knows that not only do I love my hospitals, my small hospital in Patrick, but I love the hospital that my friend, the brother from, who is the senator from Northern Chesapeake, loves, and I want to assure him that I appreciate his good friendship, and also that, quite frankly, ladies and gentlemen, this is a statutorily created hospital, born of the General Assembly. We need to care and nurture for it. It is our own, and I believe that this bill is an excellent way that we can continue to do so, irrespective of how many lobbyists or how big the interests are that asks you to do something otherwise. You need to understand that it's for the good of Virginia and what you're doing and for good of this hospital. So I ask that you support Senate Bill 1402.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose is the senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove, rise?
To speak to the bill, Mr. President.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I hope that you will indeed support Senate Bill 1402. Yes, there was a contract signed for 4 years between Centera and Chesapeake. Funny, it just happened before we came up here. It just happened. I wonder why it took so long. Ladies and gentlemen, Chesapeake Regional Healthcare is a small local hospital, as the senator from Northern Chesapeake said, sprang out from the citizens of Chesapeake with bake sales, with popcorn sales, with going door to door. This was built brick by brick by the people in Chesapeake. The other healthcare systems, as the senator said, are very, very large. And look, all this does is it creates an equity. It helps the small player have some chance swim in that same pool with the real big fish. So, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, please, we need your help on this. Please don't be fooled by this, oh, they got a 4-year contract. Well, they just got it, and they've been trying for a long time to get it. So please support this bill.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose is the senator from Northern Chesapeake, Senator Spruill, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to address, as far as the 4 years contract, and nothing having to do with what we're trying to do here. Okay, now, remember I said to you that Centera owned Optima or vice versa. So the contract can do it here. What we're trying to do is make sure that we have the doctors and the patients can be able to go from one hospital to another with the Optima plan. That's the problem. Optima is a big insurance company, I want to call it, in Manhattan Roads area. That's the problem we're having. And then do with the contract. We want to make sure that we can be able to transition from one hospital to another with that plan. And kids, so that's what it is. That's why I'm asking y'all to do that, because in order for Chesapeake to survive the 4 years, we've been fighting for a long time, and they have moved all over Chesapeake. We got the little outhouse here, little outhouse there, all over Chesapeake. And what they're trying to do, they're trying to shut down our only hospital that we have in the city. That we are saying to you that Central can't own everything. They are a good hospital, and I want you to know that fine. But they can't own everything. And they are trying to shut down the only remaining hospital in Hampton Roads, not to my Riverside, the only one. And they're moving in with all these things. They're moving in with folks who voted on this floor today. They're moving in with the lobbyists who are trying their best. And they're worrying me to death. That's why I asked not to put it off, because I don't want no more lobbyists talk to me. I'm saying to y'all that help this small hospital to stay alive and not allow the big fish to take us over. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. What person, Senator from Accomack, Senator Lewis.
Speaking to the bill just very briefly, Mr. President.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, what we're doing here, I think we need to recognize is the senator from where's Southern Fairfax. I lose track of them all, Mr. President. The senator from Southern Fairfax alluded to in his remarks, there is a 4-year contract in place, a 4-year contract that was just negotiated, which, by the way, I will add that when that contract was negotiated, the CEO for Chesapeake Regional said, praised the professionalism of Optima's contracting team and assured the residents of Chesapeake Regional's commitment to providing service to Optima's members. And that 4-year contract is in place. What we're doing with this legislation is taking this one area, this one region, and then also out in Lynchburg as well, and we're really impeding on the ability to contract. And what we're doing is also infringing upon the ability of these hospitals or these integrated healthcare systems to negotiate the best rates and best deals for consumers. And that's what we're actually doing with this. And so I think, as the senator from Southern Fairfax said, this is an issue that needs a comprehensive look and a comprehensive solution, and not just an unfortunate and ill-guided rifle shot. So I'd hope it'd be the pleasure of the body to vote to not pass the measure.
Thank you, Senator. Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. If no other member would like to speak, I'd like to close.
Anyone else wish to speak? Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I've been coming down here for 12 years in the Senate, and every time we have a bill on hospital reform, it's always the same thing. Let's not do this one single improvement because we need a, quote, comprehensive reform. You always hear that, or you hear, well, we need to have a free market, but of course we want to maintain COPN. Okay? Progressives, don't we like to say, think globally, act locally? Okay, well, this is a chance to actually think globally and act locally. We can do something locally while taking a stand for neutral principles that say monopolies should not be encouraged in the field of health care. And we can do something about it in the city of Chesapeake or Lynchburg or where have you. So think globally, act locally. Please pass this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Question is, shall Senate Bill 1402 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 24, noes 14.
Ayes 24, noes 14. Senate Bill 1402 passes.
Senate Bill 1502.
Senator from Grayson, Senator Carrico.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the bill, move the bill
Senator,
pass.
you have the floor.
Mr. President, members of the body, this is Senate Bill 1502, which directs the school board, the Board of Education, that they shall authorize local school boards to offer an elective to school students in the teaching of the Hebrew language of the Bible in the New Testament, the Hebrew language of the New Testament, Old Testament, and the Bible. This bill basically will give the students an elective in literature to be taught from whatever version of the Bible that they choose to be taught from. And research has shown through a study done by William Janes, who spoke before the committee from University of Chicago and Harvard University, that it is logical to teach the Bible as literature in public schools for several reasons. Number one, every year of record history, the Bible's been the most published book in the world. And if one is to be regarded as knowledgeable, the Bible is clearly one piece of literature in which persons need to be familiar with. As most of you in here know, the U.S. Supreme Court has declared that teaching the Bible as literature in public school is constitutional under the case Abingdon versus Shemp in 1963. A knowledge of the Bible will make one understand the history of all 6 inhabited continents and become much more recognizable with the meaning of the truths expressed by the Western literature. The knowledge of the Bible will enhance one's understanding of people, of faith generally, including those of other faiths. Currently today, the Eastern Asia is expected to replace North America as the area with the most Christians being China and South Korea. China presently is about 100 million Christians and is expected to surpass the U.S. in this number in the next 5 to 10 years. South Korea is now has most of the world's 10 largest churches. As the U.S. becomes increasingly secular, it will make it more difficult for Americans to relate to other religions as well. Through research, it's been translated that using the Bible as literature has resulted in about 1 grade point average of achievement of those students that were able to take it. This bill basically gives the school board or the Board of Education the criterias in which to build a program. It is optional for local school boards if students want to take this to be able to set this program up. And it's something that will give an alternative for students to be able to take grades 9 through 12. I would hope it'd be the pleasure of this body to pass the bill.
Senator, for what purpose is Senator from Northern Fairfax? Senator Howell rise.
Mr. President, I rise to speak in opposition to the bill.
Thanks, Senator. You have the floor.
As we all know, our Commonwealth is changing very rapidly. And throughout the Commonwealth, we have many, many Virginians who belong to different religions than either Christian or Jewish. We have representatives of all the world religions here now in Virginia, and all those religions have holy texts, and all of them have beautiful language and literature attached to them. I think it would be a huge mistake for us to select 1 or 2 of these religions over all others. And I was very interested as part of the discussion in committee when the Independent Baptists spoke very eloquently about this bill, because they believe that government has absolutely no role to play in determining any biblical text, and they are very fearful that within the Christian community it will divide rather than enlighten. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose is the senior senator from Fairfax? Senator Saslaw rise.
You know, Mr. President, members of the Senate, I suspect the reason you're seeing this bill is because this doesn't exist anywhere in the Commonwealth, and I suspect the reason it doesn't exist anywhere in the Commonwealth is because these people know that this thing is blatantly unconstitutional.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose, Senator from Chesterfield? Senator Chase rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak in favor of this bill.
Senator has the floor.
You know, I know a lot of us are pro-choice in this room until it comes to education. So I would just like to remind the members of the body that it's important to allow our students an opportunity to find electives that educate them on all types of subjects. And it's interesting because I have a son who's at John Tyler University, and I thought it was interesting that on his own he signed up for an elective very similar to this. And after taking the course, after a number of weeks, he decided he wanted to drop the class. So let's give our students the opportunity to educate themselves and to make those choices for themselves. I think if you're going to be pro-choice, let's be pro-choice on education as well. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose does the Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson, rise?
Mr. President, I rise very briefly to sort of speak on the measure, but also for an announcement.
All right, Senator has the floor.
Sunrise Caucus, we actually meet 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. We're studying the Beatitudes, and I believe very strongly in biblical education, so I know folks are following this. I don't think it's appropriate to put it in the code, but we are having a meeting at 7 a.m. tomorrow, Sunrise Caucus.
Senator, for what purpose, Senator from Loudoun, Senator Black, rise?
Speak in favor of the measure, please.
Senator has the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think this is a very good measure, and I think the reason has a little bit less to do with religion than it does with our culture. Every nation has its own religious fabric, and it is part of the cultural soup in which we do things. When we legislate, it's within the cultural soup of a sort of a religious element. And I think whether someone is a believer or not, I think it's very good for them to understand sort of the fundamental elements of Christianity, just as, you know, if we were in the Middle East somewhere, I think it would be a very good thing, even though, you know, for example, I'm a Christian, it'd be very good to study and know the elements of Islam and some of the other faiths that are practiced over there, because it's the cultural soup in which everything is done, everything takes place. And so I think really for someone to be a well-educated person, they don't have to be religious, but they have to know something of religions, because religions have such a profound impact on all of us, believers and unbelievers. And so I think it's a very good measure, and I certainly encourage you to support it.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose is Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke, rise?
Mr. President, I rise to speak against this bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, as a college professor, I know that students have an opportunity at the university and college level to pick and choose electives. So they can decide what it is that they want to take or not to take. And they also have the opportunity to take courses that the departments prescribe for them, tell them that they must take within certain majors. So, but that's at the college and university level. That is not, and also at the high school level, there are also courses that are prescribed for them. And they also have free electives that they can take. There are not electives that are prescribed for them to take. And at the committee level, I read something from James Madison that I would like to share with colleagues here. And one of the things that Madison said in his, I have to make it a little bit larger. In his memorial and remonstrance against religious assessments, he stated that he laid out the reasons why the state had no business supporting Christian instruction. And this was signed by some 2,000 Virginians. And his arguments became a fundamental piece of American political philosophy and a ringing endorsement of the secular state. And so it's very clear that this has no place in our educational system as becoming a requirement for our students.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose, Senator from Henrico? Senator Donovan, rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speak to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
I'd just like to clarify a couple of things. I would not support this bill if it were a bill that was instructing doctrine within our schools. This is a bill that is elective for the school boards, it's permissive for the school boards, it's elective for the students, and it's looking at the Bible, which actually constitutes two faith biblical books, and it's looking at it as a literary source. It's looking at it for its literature. I welcome any book from any faith to be examined. Separation of church and state doesn't mean you never speak of what's written about a faith. It means you don't make it doctrine, require it, tax it, force it upon the individuals. So with that in mind, Mr. President, I support the bill.
Thanks, Senator. For what purpose does the senator from Arlington, Senator Favola, rise?
Mr. President, I rise to speak in opposition to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. What this bill does, I believe, is it really violates the separation of church and state, because we are allowing school boards to choose to sanction the delivery of a course based on Judeo-Christian beliefs. This bill doesn't cover all religions. This bill doesn't cover theology. This bill specifically states the New Testament, and it also states Hebrew scriptures. This is not a good path to go down, because you really are sanctioning a certain base of our Judeo-Christian religious beliefs, and I think it's a violation of our Constitution. I think we need to think long and hard about this. I would ask the ladies and gentlemen of the Senate to not vote for this bill.
Thanks, Senator. For what purpose does the senator from Northern Chesapeake, Senator Spruill, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the measure.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I rise to ask you to support this measure. And it's very important to do this. You've heard the question before, this is separate between church and state. Then how come the state took prayer out of school? A long time ago, we had prayers. Why they do that prayer out of school? Now, every day, we have a pastor or somebody come and pray every day. And if we have a pastor or someone come to pray who does not believe in Jesus Christ, I'm going to kindly walk out the back until he's finished. Now, most of y'all know I keep this with me every day just to calm me down, what have you. And I do it. And the question between the New Testament and the Old Testament, all this is that the New Testament is solidifying what happened in the Old Testament. When it's about Jesus Christ, go back to Isaiah. Okay, that tells you all about that's who's been born coming in. So it's no different there as far as that. And New Old Testament tell you what's coming in the New Testament. And to me, anytime that I can help, whether it's through prayer or whether through school, to anybody to spread the gospel of Jesus Christ, I'm going to do it. So I support this bill because I think it's the right thing to do. And it's not my belief. I have no objection to any other religion. But don't get on me because what I believe, what I want to do. Get your own bill. This bill says that we want to have this, and I support it.
Senator, for what purpose does Senator from Prince William, Senator McPike, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill is not about choice as written. It's not about faith or anything else in the context that it excludes major world religions. And that's a travesty. That's a travesty, Mr. President. You know, my mother-in-law was a nun for many years, and my father-in-law was a monk in a monastery. And their deep faith in Christianity is true, deep, and real. But it has also been enriched through years of study of other religions. through identifying and finding the commonality of who we are as people and people shared in faith. This bill is not about because it's something about faith itself, but I think the fact that it lacks the enrichment and richness of the faiths of humanity. And I think it's absent for this body to not see that and see clearly that there is a whole rich body of text to inform us of who we are, of people of faith and in spirituality, and opportunities to grow. And unfortunately, that bill does not incorporate so many incredible world works that should be spoken to in this bill. And I think the patron would see a much different response had it include the other world religions. Virginia is a diverse place. Includes many people of faith that come here to share their experience. And what we're saying in this bill is exclusionary. And it's closing those opportunities of choice and opportunity that were spoken to earlier. I'd suggest and hope that this body would look to a much more worldly view and understand where Virginians are as a whole. And there might be a much greater embrace of what this bill seeks out to do. But as it stands now, Mr. President, it falls well short of those goals. And for that, I'll be voting against and hope the body will as well.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose does the junior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan, rise?
Mr. President, speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Very briefly, I would just like to point out that in addition to elevating the Judeo-Christian religious texts above all others in our public education system, this bill will put the Board of Education in the untenable position of developing the curriculum and the course guides. And it begs the question, which denomination? There are as many denominations of Christianity as there are people in this room. And there are countries whose history is replete with even Christians fighting among Christians over the text, the interpretation of the text, which text to use. Even people who were put to death based on what version of the Bible they chose to have in their home. And that was the point of separation of church and state and the statute of religious freedom, because our founding fathers understood that we did not want to choose one religion or one denomination to elevate above all others. And yet with this bill, we are elevating two particular religious doctrines and leaving it to the Board of Education to decide, is it the Presbyterian view, the Roman Catholic view, the Episcopal view, the Anglican view, Mormons? I don't think we want our Board of Education making that decision. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose, Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden, rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speak briefly against the bill.
The Senator has the floor.
I appreciate the fact that this is an elective, but Sunday school and church on Sundays is elective. We can get it done there. There's so many pressures already on public schools to teach so many different things they don't have time for. We got this one reserved on Sundays, and that's where it ought to stay. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Do any senators other than the patron wish to be heard?
Mr. President.
Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Very briefly, I appreciate the senator from Grayson, the amendments he offered to make sure that this is something that's permissive. I had some concerns, and I appreciate the efforts he did to make it the way he did. And I don't want to speak for or against the bill because I think everyone knows how everyone here is going to vote on this, and there's nothing really to illuminate. But I think when something is questioned as on constitutionality grounds on this floor, there needs to be a response on that. And I would just point out, I had one of the folks that spoke against this in committee come up to me and say, it's unconstitutional because this would use tax dollars to talk about these things. And almost everyone in here, I think everyone, is familiar with the founding of the University of Virginia by Thomas Jefferson to be a school that was not going to have religious affiliation. And if you go look at the University of Virginia's website and their course curriculum, here it is, Religion 1220, New Testament and Early Christianity. Religion 3030, Jesus and the Gospels. And they get a fair bit of tax dollars at UVA. And I don't think there's anything unconstitutional about this. So you might not like it, you might like it, but I think it is far, far from constitutionally questionable as it's been suggested with the way the bill has been drawn and is offered before the Senate today.
Mr. President.
Thank the Senator. Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Would the senator from Roanoke County yield for a question?
Will Senator yield?
Yes, Mr. President.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
Mr. President, I would ask the gentleman, are those courses required of students?
Mr. President, I would answer the senator that I don't know the exact requirements to get a religion degree at the University of Virginia. I don't know which courses they require for the degree there, but I would tell her that I am certain that the courses being suggested by the senator from Grayson's bill are not required.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose is Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards, rise?
Mr. President, I hadn't intended to speak on this, but the issue of the University of Virginia came up, and it so happens that my daughter, who graduated from the University of Virginia, majored in religious studies and international relations, a combined major. And I recall that she was very interested in, among other things, African religions and other religions as well. And the University of Virginia, as I understand it, School of Religious Studies, is academic. It's not designed to be proselytize anybody, but it offers a wide variety of religious studies around the world. This particular bill, it's limited to, in effect, the Old Testament and the New Testament, or the combination thereof. It doesn't offer anything beyond that. It is an elective, that's true. But I think if you're going to study religion in the public school system as a subject matter, then at minimum, you should teach other religions around the world. Yes, we have the three major Western religions that are believe in a God: Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. And there's also, by the way, the Sikh religion in India, a very small religion that believes in a God as well. But there are other religions throughout the world that don't necessarily believe in a God. Hinduism, Buddhism, of course, Confucianism, Shinto, and Japan. In fact, I spent a year in Japan, and in the Marines, and most Japanese would tell you they're both Shinto in life and Buddhist in death. And there's no distinction, really. I mean, there's no contrast. That is, it's not inconsistent to do that. So not every religion is even a theocratic religion. The Western ones are. The Eastern ones really are not theocratic for the most part. And so, Mr. President, I think this really borders on being unconstitutional if it was passed in violation of the Jefferson statute for religious freedom in Virginia, but also the First Amendment as establishing a religion in terms of it limits the teaching strictly to the Old Testament and the New Testament. And that's all. So, Mr. President, I would urge this body not to support this bill.
Senator from Grayson, Senator Carrico.
Mr. President, just to answer a few questions and wrap it up.
Senator has the floor.
I heard from the gentleman from Fairfax this is not constitutional and several questions about that. The U.S. Supreme Court has declared that teaching of the Bible as literature and history is acceptable as long as it is presently objective as part of a secular program in education. That is what the U.S. Supreme Court has ruled. Next, studying the Bible doesn't mean that you're sanctioning anything. It's just the study of the literature of the Bible. The gentlelady from Richmond said the text, the denomination. If she had read the bill, it says no student who participates in the course offered pursuant to this section shall be required to use specific translations of religious text. It's there, it's in the bill. Next was the gentlelady from Hampton who was talking about the use of the Bible, but yet she argued for the books that was read by a former colleague here, beloved in the bluest eyes, that Madam Clerk had to lead the students off the floor because it was so offensive. But yet she defended that to be read. Next, the gentlelady from Fairfax talked about other religions. Nobody says she can't bring a bill next year for other religions. And then she said this was opposed by the Independent Baptists. Wrong again. It's a secular Baptist group called Baptist General Association of Virginia. So, there are several things that were mentioned on this floor as a defense against this bill that is totally out of context, and it is constitutional, and it is needed for our students that elect to want to do it, and I would hope we'd pass the bill.
Mr. President.
Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe.
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
Will Senator yield? Senator yields. You have the floor.
I would ask the senator, if we bring a bill next year for the Koran, will he vote for it?
Senator has the floor.
I would answer the gentlelady that no, I will not vote for it, just like she won't vote for this one.
All right. The question is, shall Senate Bill 1502 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, noes 18.
Ayes 22, noes 18. Senate Bill 1502 passes.
Senate Bill 1521.
Senator from Grayson, Senator Carrico.
I'm sorry, Mr. President.
Words.
Mr. President, I would just draw your attention to Senate Bill 1521. This is the handheld device, speed monitoring device. We saw this bill last year. This is the device that allows an officer in a work zone, state trooper, to be able to record a vehicle speeding through. As you know, those law enforcement, the troopers that are working in work zones are there because the construction people have contracted them to be there. They're there to protect those people. This gives them another tool to be able to issue summonses by civil citations in the mail, and it can't exceed $125 in fine. The only thing different this year from the bill that came forth last year, if you didn't like the bill last year, you're not going to like it this year. If you did like it, you'll like it even better because the money that's received from that, 10% of that, of whatever the Department of State Police's appropriations are, all the rest of the money goes into the literary fund. The only money that's retained is to operate the program. Hope it to be a pleasure to pass the bill.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1521? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1521 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 28, noes 12.
Ayes 28, noes 12. Senate Bill 1521 passes.
Senate Bill 1526.
Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator Sturdivant. Senator from Franklin, Senator Stanley.
Senate Bill 1526, go by for the day, please.
Any objection? Without objection, Senate Bill 1526 will go by for the day.
Senate Bill 1535.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Surville.
Thank you, Mr. President. Nothing like presenting a bill in the 6th hour of a floor session. I move Senate Bill 1535 pass, and speaking to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, Senate Bill 1535 is a bill that was requested by VDOT. I don't know if you all remember, but back in March, the Potomac Mills sign got damaged in a windstorm, and it basically lurked and hung over I-95 for 3 days on a section of road that sees 98,000 cars pass on it every day, and for 3 days they had to shut down I-95 and inconvenience 300,000 people. VDOT asked this legislation to come in, which basically says that any sign that is has the possibility of falling on an interstate has to be inspected once every 5 years. It would cost about $5,000 per sign inspection, again, once every 5 years. Given the danger that a sign of that size can cause in terms of the people getting hurt and injured or the disruption to traffic, such as the 300,000 people in Northern Virginia that got inconvenienced this, plus all the people that got pushed onto the side roads that could get anywhere, I would hope we would pass the bill.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1535? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1535 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 29, noes 11.
Ayes 29, noes 11. Senate Bill 1535 passes.
Senate Bill 1550.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Surville.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 1550 pass, and speaking to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
There's nothing better than presenting one bill at hour 6. It's presenting two bills at hour 6.
Mr. President. Mr. President.
Yes. Yes. See, Senator Franklin.
Mr. President, I don't want to have my friend go through that, so can Senate Bill 1550 go by for the day?
That's fine.
Any objection?
That's fine.
An objection. Senate Bill 1550 will go by for the day.
Senate Bill 1614.
Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move the bill pass and speaking
Mr. President.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Could that bill go by for the day, please?
Any objection?
I'm devastated.
No objection. Senate Bill 1614 will go by for the day.
Senate Bill 1674.
Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ask the bill pass and speaking of the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, this chamber passed earlier today on the unopposed docket Senate Bill 1240, which would permit us to have a short-term, limited-duration health plan. And with some of the headwind it got last year, I was trying to look at ways that we could not have the problems. How about that? I'm tired. That we had last time. And as an insurance agent, one of the things we do on life insurance policies is we do what's called a guaranteed option or a guaranteed insurability option. And that was some of the reluctance of those folks, I think, and maybe the other chamber, not this one, had with the bill. And so what this bill does is exactly that. It allows a person to get a short-term duration policy, and they can get a rider put on that if the company sells that with it, and they wouldn't have to go through re-underwriting upon renewal if they decided to renew that bill. That is what this bill does, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1674? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1674 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 32, noes 7.
Ayes 32, no 7. Senate Bill 1674 passes.
Senate Bill 1717.
Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can that bill go by for the day?
Without objection, Senate Bill 1717 will go by for the day.
Senate Bill 1718.
Senator from Loudoun, Senator Black.
Ladies and gentlemen, I recommend passage of this bill and speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, what this bill does is it adds a very small segment to our reading test. Presently, we utilize what's known as the PALS test, P-A-L-S. This does not alter that at all. What it does is it adds about a 2-minute segment called the RAN test, R-A-N. The RAN test is specifically designed to detect dyslexic students. Right now it's used in Arlington with great success. According to the Arlington Public Schools, they say that they are able to detect 15% of students who are dyslexic who are not picked up by the statewide testing system. Dyslexia is a reading condition among typically very bright students, but they're wired in such a way that their reading sort of jumps from place to place, and as a consequence, you have enormously capable kids sometimes who simply cannot learn to read and write and don't understand why they can't. Sometimes they think, I must be dumb because I can't. And so what we're doing is simply, we're not altering the existing system. We are simply adding to it what is apparently about a 2-minute test, very, very simple test. And so I hope that you will support the bill.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1718? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1718 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 31, noes 7.
Ayes 31, noes 7. Senate Bill 1718 passes.
Mr. President, having voted on the prevailing side of Senate Bill 1674 on page 53, I ask that vote be reconsidered.
Thanks, Senator. The question is, shall the vote by which Senate Bill 1674 passed be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The motion is agreed to. Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask the bill pass, having previously explained it.
Thanks, Senator. Question is, shall Senate Bill 1674 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 29, noes 11.
Ayes 29, noes 11. Senate Bill 1674 passes.
Senate Bill 1734.
Senator from Bath, Senator Deeds.
Mr. President, I move the bill pass.
Senator has the floor.
In 2018, beginning in November of 2017, several localities in Central Virginia became the most expensive place in the country to buy an individual plan from the federal marketplace. That it was due, the main driver of the high cost was the extremely high rate factor that the insurers set for the Charlottesville area. The rate factor basically allowed the insurance company to charge Virginians in that market 58% more than in other markets. This bill does not set a hard cap on the rate factor. What it does, it says when it deviates more than 15% from other weighted averages, they have more information about how it's determined, has to be disclosed, and public hearings have to be held. It basically provides for more transparency.
Thanks, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1734? Seeing none, question is, shall Senate Bill 1734 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? All senators voted. Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. Senate Bill 1734 passes.
Senate Bill 1768.
Senator from Williamsburg, Senator Mason.
Mr. President, thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 1768 pass and speak in the motion.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. This was a new one for me. I spoke to the American Traffic Safety Association this summer when they came to town, and they do a lot of work zone work across the country, and they asked me what's the most concerning thing in a work zone across the nation. I said speed, of course. They said not at all, distracted driving. And there's a larger bill on distracted driving. This is hands-free. The substitute was I took it to courts of justice and had done a poor job of drafting it. So the lawyers in there helped me tighten it up to make sure that you cannot be holding a phone. You could be on the phone, but you cannot be holding a phone and driving through a work zone. So this is work zone only, Mr. President, and so I'd ask that the bill pass.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1768? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1768 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk close the roll.
Ayes 31, noes 9.
Ayes 31, noes 9. Senate Bill 1768 passes.
1778.
Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I move that the committee substitute be adopted.
We've adopted it. I think this is final passage.
Mr. President, I move the bill pass and speaking to the motion.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Mr. President, this bill comes to us what was hoped to be a compromise bill. Over the last few years in the Education and Health Committee, we've had a number of bills dealing with this subject matter, and many of them came to us trying to deal with the issues related to shock therapy versus what is called talk therapy when it comes to counseling. Many of the horror stories that some of you have heard in that committee related to the type of shock therapy and otherwise. I think most of us were appalled by that, but there was never a separation of what is generally considered to be the talk therapy. Mr. President, this bill comes together two bills that we had in the legislature that would hopefully bring an end to that discussion. We have found recently that the board has determined that they are going to promulgate regulation in this area. We thought that the bills in the last few years were unnecessary because we thought that the board was not going to promulgate regulation, but now they've indicated they plan to. Here is the concern. If the board promulgates regulation like we anticipate they will promulgate basically the same regulation that has been promulgated in all the other states, a number of localities as well, and every single one of them have been struck down by the federal court, every single one. So we asked the board, you're going to do this? And it looks like the board is going to do it. Number two, we asked them the common question, and that is, how many complaints have you gotten? Because that's normally the process that they start the regulatory process. And they said no last year. We've asked them again this year, how many complaints have you gotten? No. We've gotten no complaints this year. Still going to promulgate the regulation. Now, clearly, there is a national effort to move forward on this, and there's at least a group that is opposed to it. Let me tell you the net effect and why these have been ruled unconstitutional. There's no problem with the items regulating shock therapy and otherwise, but if you regulate talk therapy, if you are a professional counselor that happens to be a Christian or a Muslim or a Buddhist or whatever it is, and you talk to that person using their vocabulary and their religion, then this bill or the regulation over here would say you can't do that. Imagine that. Imagine that telling a Christian counselor or a Jewish counselor they cannot use their own religion in their process of having counseling with their students. We just had a discussion on this floor about religious freedom, and it was a good discussion. Most of us seem to think, well, that's worth discussing. In this bill, it is actually very important that their religious freedoms not be violated. Mr. President, on the wall, at least in the chamber down the hall, our Religious Freedom Act is prominently displayed, and it's important to the people of Virginia. In this case, I wish that we did not have a board that says they very much want to promulgate this regulation. But I hear, despite having no complaints, that they plan to go in that direction. And Mr. President, once again, this was supposed to be, I think, a compromise piece of legislation. I think some have now opposed it, and that's perfectly fine. But, Mr. President, I think we need to pass this. It, I think, will go a long way in making sure that we have fairness in the Commonwealth. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose is Senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben rise?
To speak against the bill.
Senator has the floor.
This is a very personal topic for me, and I'd like everyone on this floor to think about really seriously. Could you change your sexual orientation if you wanted to? If you're straight, could you become attracted and love someone of the same gender fully and completely? I don't think so. How would you feel if you were 15 years old and your parents sent you to therapy to try and force you to do that? Say that you had two parents who were gay and they made you feel that you were strange and not welcome and that you couldn't exist in a world if you didn't change orientation. Now, an estimated 698,000 LGBT adults in this country have received treatment to change their sexual orientation or gender identity at some point in their lives, including 350,000 people who were put through this horror as teenagers. And I'm not just talking about electroshock, I'm talking about talk therapy. I don't know how prominent electroshock is in this regard, but talk therapy is a big part of the problem. Individuals who have contact with minors should be aware that the American Psychological Association has issued a resolution advising parents, guardians, young people and their families to avoid sexual orientation change efforts that portray homosexuality as a mental illness or developmental disorder, and to seek psychotherapy, social support, and educational services that provide accurate information on sexual orientation, sexuality, increase family and school support, and reduce rejection of sexual minority youth. Think about how many kids kill themselves because of the signals that they get sometimes from society about their orientation, that they're less than, that they're different, that they're awful people, that they can't exist as an adult in this society, even with the acceptance we have now. And if you talk to professionals, the American Medical Association, American Psychological Association, American Academy of Pediatrics, among others, they've all issued statements that this conversion therapy is harmful and ineffective. Now, I respect the gentleman from Lynchburg, but he said that this is about religious freedom, and it's not. This does not affect the regulations that are contemplated by state boards do not affect religious counseling. They affect counseling by people who are licensed by the state of Virginia. And I would also further say that the suicide's the second leading cause of death among young people ages 10 years old to 24 years old. LGBT youth are almost 5 times as likely to have attempted suicide compared to heterosexual youth. And each episode of LGBT victimization, such as physical or verbal harassment or abuse, increases the likelihood of self-harming by 2.5 times the average. When we talk about kids and not complaining to the boards, how many children who've been forced to go through this by their parents or have misguidedly chosen to try this themselves and have been in the care or alleged care of a medical professional, how many of them would know where to file a complaint? Well, certainly not the ones who had killed themselves, but the others. How many would? I don't think so. This is not about religious counseling. This is about licensed counselors. And think about it. If you thought about killing yourself when you were a teenager, you wouldn't be so quick to vote for this bill.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1778? For what purpose, Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan, rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to speak to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
There's several things that I want to say about this bill. I think this is the beginning of a conversation and not the end, and we've discussed that with the senator from wherever he's from, Bedford, thank you. And I'm always bad about that. This is really hard for me because I believe that this should be decided by our clinical boards. I believe that health care should be patient-directed. It should be patient-centered and patient-directed and not directed by the legislature. I think it should be private, and I think that it should never, ever be coercive, either physically or psychologically. I think that probably the most important thing that clinicians do is make a firm commitment to do no harm. And so this is, I had another bill, you all know that, and it read a little differently. I don't think it was far off this intent, though. And I think that the boards have clear clinical evidence that coercing anybody in conversion therapy is unacceptable and that it should be patient-driven. However, I think that we have some legal opinions that have come across over time that have spoken to the fact that this is excluding the opportunity of a patient to direct the care to be something religious, even if it's from a licensed counselor. I think that the most important sentence in this bill is that it says the fundamental right of an individual to select for himself. And because that language is in this bill, even though I have some concerns and we're going to talk about it as it goes forward, I'm going to support this bill with the confidence that the boards are going to use the best clinical evidence to make sure that the other end of the continuum is in no way obstructed and nobody is coerced psychologically through talk therapy or physical therapy in any way. They have a right to speak for themselves.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose is Senator from Eastern Fairfax? Senator Surville rise.
Speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've carried legislation relating to this for, I think, 3 sessions now, I want to say. And this issue that I think the gentleman from Lynchburg is trying to resolve has sort of been at the core of the objections to it from the beginning, every year. And I appreciate him trying to fix it, but I don't think this gets there. The fundamental issue, and I don't think this has to do with patient choice either. The legislation, at least that I put in, I believe this one also, talks about conversion therapy for children. And the problem with children is children often don't get to make the choice because their parent makes it for them. What often we're talking about here is parents trying to change how their children feel. And that's a real problem. All the research shows that when a child's sexuality is not accepted by their parents or their caregivers, they're 8 times more likely to kill themselves, or to attempt suicide, I should say. They're 6 times more likely to report depression, 3 times more likely to use illegal drugs, 3 times more likely to be at high risk for HIV when they're not accepted by their family. And that's what often happens with conversion therapy. The bills we put in before seek to make this illegal because conversion therapy has been rejected now specifically rejected, advised against by the American Psychiatric Association, the American Psychological Association, the American Counseling Association, the National Association of Social Workers, the American Academy of Pediatrics, and the American Association for Marriage and Family Therapy. They've all rejected this. It's now been banned, at least last time I typed up talking points, it was banned in 9 states. It's probably up to more than that now, at least probably a dozen is my guess. But I didn't put in a bill this year because I thought we were dealing with this with the way that I was encouraged to watch it play out in prior sessions. Let the profession deal with it. I believe this whole regulatory process got started because Delegate Hope's bill and some other body on the other side of the building, that committee referred it to the Department of Health Professions for them to deal with it. I believe that's why this process got started as an attempt to end bills like this. It had nothing to do with complaints. It had to do with a request from the legislature. And I think that's the way we ought to let it proceed unfettered. We ought to let the public have their say in how these regulations are drawn, let the professions have their say in how these are drawn. And like everyone else, the United States Constitution applies to the regulatory board. They have to follow the Constitution. I don't think we need to tell them they have to follow the Constitution. And this bill, I think, just sort of confuses the issue, and it doesn't help the process. So I would hope, reluctantly, that we oppose this bill.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1778? For what purpose, Senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben rise?
To briefly speak.
Senator has the floor.
I just wanted to respond to one or two things. The senator from Henrico, who I have great respect for, said that one of the first things is to do no harm. And I would say this does harm. And patient-driven, kids who are suicidal are not the best ones under 18 to say, change me, when it's not going to work. It does not work. And I don't know if anyone in this chamber, anyone in this building, anyone in this city knows someone who tried to change their orientation and magically became straight. And I'd ask you to think about it. Those boards that are looking at regulations, those are not made up of people who are unaware of medical recommendations of professional associations. They know this issue far better than us, and I would just agree with the senator from Henrico when she said she was wary of us making medical regulations. With that, I ask that we vote against the bill.
Thank you, Senator. Question is, shall Senate Bill 1778, Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, speaking briefly to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, clearly there are some strong beliefs on this, and I think in our committee there has been a lot of strong beliefs on this. And if all we were talking about today is whether or not someone has the ability to have counseling that they would like to have for their children, then that would be fine, and the regulation could go through. The fact is, if regulation goes through the way they're talking about there, you simply have a choice. You can either be a counselor that is a Christian or a Muslim or whatever it may be, or you have to be a professional. You can't be a professional and be one of those items. So if you are a professional, you choose to be a professional, you have to go along with what the board is saying is the politically correct way, and if not, you may not be a professional. Mr. President, every time that's come before the courts, they've said that's not acceptable. And the gentleman mentioned that conversion therapy at times includes shock therapy, but that's not a big deal. When the gentleman from Fairfax brought us the bill, that was 9/10 of the conversation, was some of that shock therapy and all those items that were occurring. This bill actually gets rid of all of that, or at least encourages the board to get rid of that. But it does say that when it comes to talk therapy, that if someone's a pastor and they are a licensed therapist, they can keep their Christian religion. They can keep their Muslim religion, but they can also be a professional. Mr. President, I would hope we would pass the bill.
Thanks, Senator. The question is, shall Senate Bill 1778 pass?
Mr. President.
Senator from Fauquier, Senator Vogel.
I apologize, but with the indulgence of the patron, I would like just to ask if this could go by just temporarily, just briefly while I confer with him for a moment. Would that be okay?
Yes, sir.
Is it the last bill?
It's the last bill. Do you want to take a 3-minute break?
Yes.
President, I asked
Senator
that we
James
pause temporarily, please.
Hey, Senator, be at ease. take their seats.
Mr. President.
Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I renew my motion that the bill pass. We have had a spirited discussion here. There are a couple of items in the bill that I think that we will continue to look at because I do believe that there's a reasonable question about whether or not someone that is a Christian or a Muslim counselor can have a discussion that's counseling with an individual with their faith, but someone who is not should be able to make sure that they have the ability to have the counseling their way. And I hope that we're able to work out that language if the bill continues on, Mr. President. So I hope the bill passes.
Thank you, Senator. Question is, shall Senate Bill 1778 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 20, noes 19.
Ayes 20, noes 19. Senate Bill 1778 passes. Senior Senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the rules be suspended and that SJR 347 be taken up for immediate consideration.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the rules be suspended and SJR 347 be taken up for immediate consideration? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The rules are suspended to take up the resolution for immediate consideration. The clerk will please read the title.
Senate Joint Resolution Number 347, commending the Center for Innovation Technologies, Center for Unmanned Systems, and the Virginia Tech Mid-Atlantic Aviation Partnership.
Senior Senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the resolution be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the resolution be agreed to? All in favor of agreeing to the resolution will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution is agreed to. Senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the rules be suspended and SR 104 be taken up for immediate consideration, please.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the rules be suspended and SJR 104 be taken up for immediate consideration? All those in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The rules are suspended to take up the resolution for immediate consideration. The clerk will please read the title.
Senate Resolution Number 104, commending Clover Hill Baptist Church.
Senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the resolution be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the resolution be agreed to? All in favor of agreeing to the resolution will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution is agreed to. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Inquiry of the clerk. Does that complete today's calendar?
We did get those amendments in if you want to take up first.
I'm working on that.
Yes, sir, it does.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there any other business to come before the Senate?
Mr. President.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, sir. Mr. President, I noticed that there were several of you that were mildly chagrined that we were laboring up to 523 today. We still have a very ambitious calendar tomorrow, but I just remind you of Senate Bill 1502 by Senator Carrico and Senate Bill 1778 by Senator Newman, which occupied almost 2 hours worth of time, which we will not be dealing with tomorrow. So I'm hopeful that by pushing forward a little bit this evening that it might relieve somewhat of what we are confronted with tomorrow. So I appreciate very much your indulgence.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose, Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain rise?
Mr. President, I rise for an announcement.
Senator, has the floor.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, I would remind you that this Friday we have the second scheduled set of interviews for judicial candidates. The election for judges takes place on, or is scheduled to take place on February 14th. And in order to get these candidates' paperwork done and in, I'm informed that if at all possible, our legislative services lawyer, Shannon Hurd, needs to hear from each delegation by close of business tomorrow about your judges in your circuit. So to the extent that you have not settled upon your judicial candidates, I would urge the members to actually put this on a fast track and, if at all possible, get this done by tomorrow. If you're not going to be able to, I would urge you to find Shannon and let her know, or find me and let me know. Thank you.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be recognized? Seeing none, the clerk will report any announcements on the desk.
Today, Monday, February 4th, the Committee on Commerce and Labor will not meet. Commerce and Labor will not meet. The Committee on General Laws and Technology will meet 5 minutes after adjournment, Senate Room 3 in the Capitol. Tomorrow, Tuesday, February 5th, the Committee on Finance will meet at 8:30, Committee Room B in Pocahontas. The Republican caucus will meet 1/2 hour before session in Senate Room 2 in the Capitol. The Democratic caucus will meet 1/2 hour before session in Senate Room 1. And the countdown is still going for the 14th.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So any other business come before the Senate? Seeing none, Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate do now adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.